Can you guys hear? Oh, yeah. Good morning. Welcome to the Policy Network on Internet Fragmentation main session. This has been an effort facilitated by the IGF community by the past 3 years. This is our third year organizing this as an intersessional work. The session today is going to discuss, I think, one of the main topics or one of the main issues that has been on everyone's agenda, but we also want to talk about the broader space on internet governance and what should happen on things such as the GDC implementation and other things. So it might feel sometimes that it's a session about the GDC, but it's the other way around. We want to take a look at what happened with the Global Digital Compact based on the PNIF framework that discusses, within other things, the fragmentation of coordination spaces. I'm joined today by an amazing set of speakers. Their names are all in the screen right now. I'll introduce them later. But I'll also say hello to my co-facilitators, Wim and Chitao, who is joining us remotely as well from London. And without further ado, I'll hand the floor to you, Wim.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. And no, she's there. No, I can say hi to Shital, or co-facilitator, waving to us from a very early hour in London. My name is Wim Deugezelle. I'm actually consultant with the IGF Secretariat and supporting this policy network. No, I can do it. Thank you. Policy networks are intersessional activities of the IGF. That means in the beginning of the year, the MAG decides on a number of topics where they want the community to work on during the months and the weeks before the IGF meeting. They come together, organize meetings, organize sessions, and then my role as a consultant with the Secretariat is to help supporting the work. The positive thing about intersessional activities is that we have a little bit more time to prepare for the IGF meeting, and as you will see, where we are today with the policy network is actually the result of 3 webinars we had during the year, where we discussed more or less the same questions, but in a way that they build up until the meeting today. And we hope to share some of the findings, show some of the input we received during those webinars, and share it with the audience, with the panel. And so, in a way, get new input, but also get the feedback and confirmation that we understood things right. So the policy network on internet fragmentation is in its 3rd year already. It was started as an initiative suggested from the community, or as a follow-up on an existing initiative in the community that aims to raise awareness of actions and measures that risk to fragment the internet. The policy network itself wants to serve as a platform to foster a holistic and an inclusive discussion on fragmentation, and more important, how to avoid fragmentation of the internet. On the next slide, you will see the framework for discussing fragmentation that is the output of the PNF work in the previous 2 years. Just take a minute, because we have been discussing this for 2 years. This framework is built on the input we get and the discussions we had with the community. And it's a little bit different than what the normal approach you would take. Is we tried at the beginning, at the first meeting of the PNF 2 years ago or 3 years ago, to come up with a definition of what fragmentation is not. Very quickly, we ran into long discussions, discussions that were turning around, focusing just on that question, black, white, yes, no, what is fragmentation, what is not. And we had a feeling that we didn't move forward. Therefore, we came up with a framework that we can use to discuss fragmentation, a framework where we say, well, there are different views, different ideas on what is fragmentation or what could be fragmentation of the internet. And we put them, but we can somehow put them in different baskets. And that's why we came up with this framework where we say, based on the conversations we had, you can make a difference between fragmentation of the user experience from people using the internet, fragmentation of internet governance and coordination, and fragmentation of the internet's technical layer. As you will see, we don't see that as very fixed categories because there are the relations between all those baskets. Because one, there can be the baskets can be, might be some overlap, but there's also definitely a relation between those things. And more important, there is also the relation between technical, political, and commercial developments, things that can be decided that might influence different kinds of fragmentation. We thought that it would be important to have this framework, show it again at the beginning of our session, but the aim of our session is not to have that discussion again. The aim is to, as it was intended, to use this framework as a background. So if we have a discussion and if people do not necessarily agree or not necessarily talk about the same definition of fragmentation, we still have it in the background that we can park or situate where the people are, but continue the discussion. And that was exactly why also we call it a framework for discussing fragmentation and not a framework for defining fragmentation. So the PNF in 2024, like I said, we have been discussing for 2 years building up that framework. In 2024, we wanted to discuss something else, or wanted to make a step further. But we started the year with the question, is fragmentation or is avoiding internet fragmentation still a matter of concern in 2024? And how should the PNF contribute to having an inclusive discussion and a holistic dialogue? When we asked that question, we really wanted to hear from the people participating in the policy network, should we actually continue the work? It was almost an existential question we were asking. Does it make sense? Because there were in documents, also UN documents that were published 2 years, 3 years before, mention of fragmentation, but at that moment we were asking, is this still a topic on people's agenda? Already in the initial discussions, we got the feedback, well, it is maybe not that on top of all discussion, but the discussion is still relevant. Then, of course, through the years, we had the Summit of the Future and the Global Digital Compact. And you will see on the next slide that there is a very interesting commitment that, let's call it accidentally, is exactly the same, I would say, job description the PNF was giving for itself, a commitment that the member states took. So that's how we end the year at this meeting, with having as one of the important questions we have, how should we understand the commitment that was taken by the GDC or in the GDC, and how can the PNF further contribute to this operationalization? It's in very small print, but I have it a little bit larger. So in the Global Digital Compact that was agreed in September, one of the commitments the member states take says, it's Article 29C, a commitment to promote international cooperation among all stakeholders to prevent, identify, and address risks of fragmentation of the internet in a timely manner. I will leave it there, because that's exactly the point where we want to start the discussion, see how this relates to our work as a PNF, but also how we have to interpret and how we have to understand this commitment. But then I hand it over back to Bruna and the panelists to share their thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, and as Wim was saying, the goal is really discussing the operationalization, right? And to understand what 29C means and how actually the multi-stakeholder community can work together and towards its implementation. So this is also going to be an interactive session. We do hope to hear some input from all in the audience, but starting to introduce our panelists, just a quick mention to their names because I do trust they have some more things or heads to add. But we have joining us today Alisa Riva from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate in the Netherlands. Amitabh Singhal from the ICANN Board of Directors, welcome. And Benga Sezam from Paradigm Initiative. Thanks a lot for joining us. And I guess my first question to you is, how do you react to what PNIF participants said regarding the GDC commitment? What is your view as to how we should interpret and operationalize it and ensure implementation of the commitment in Article 29C, and if there are inventory examples useful in that sense? So I don't know who wants to take the floor first, but I'll leave it free for you.
So, should I go first?
Yes, please. Thanks, Amitabh.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. I think, and thank you, Wim, for the summarization of the discussions the PNF had during the webinars. Gives us a background to go on and to consider things going forward, and how the multi-stakeholder, if I understand your question correctly, how does the multi-stakeholder community go forward, and how does it operationalize or look at operationalizing the GDC commitment mentioned in Article 29C. Right. So I think in Article 29C, the UN member states commit to promote international cooperation among all stakeholders to prevent, identify, and address risks of fragmentation of the internet in a timely manner. I think as an ICANN board member and as the part of the technical community, I would say that we are very supportive of such a commitment by the UN member states. We all have a role to play in preserving the internet. We acknowledge that the GDC's Article 29C involves elements that the technical community has actually addressed in the past and has been working on for some time. The risk of internet fragmentation on a technical level has been steadily increasing in recent years due to geopolitical tensions. This trend is reflected in regional and national legislations on data protection, for example, evolving concepts of digital sovereignty, and some of the discussions we see at multilateral and international fora. Speaking for the technical community, ICANN's mission is to ensure a stable, secure, and unified global internet. When the technical community works together in support of this mission, it helps to avoid internet fragmentation and advances the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, which is where the multi-stakeholder model actually has a contribution going forward. ICANN has been facilitating inclusive dialogues and collaboration since its foundation. The technical community has expertise and extensive experience in working with and advising governments, civil society groups, and commercial entities on the technical aspects of the internet. It employs inclusive multi-stakeholder governance processes that include diverse and relevant perspectives. These organizations exemplify the GDC principles and elements dealing with the internet governance. So there are some concrete steps we have already taken, and we encourage other stakeholders to do so, which is aligned with the text of the paragraph 29C. The multi-stakeholder community plays a central role by fostering inclusive discussions that represent diverse regional perspectives, particularly from the global south and marginalized communities. This includes leveraging the IGF platform as a bridge between technical expertise and policy making to foster common understandings of internet fragmentation risk and ways to address them. So we are happy to see that the UN member states are committed to promote such international cooperation, and we are happy to share our expertise and experience with them. Capacity building programs provide training to policymakers and stakeholders, equipping them to navigate internet governance challenges effectively. These programs support informed decision-making and promote sound policies that support the internet's continuous development. So ICANN has initiated and is engaged in such programs through the work we do regionally, including through the Coalition of Digital Africa, So the multi-stakeholder community has been doing a lot of work described in Article 29C as well. For example, promoting open standards and collaboration and cooperation with standards organizations and other relevant entities. Organizing briefings for policymakers to better understand the technical and economic consequences of measures that risk fragmentation. Developing monitoring frameworks to track internet fragmentation risks and the effectiveness of global and local measures. So I'll stop there for the time being, and then we'll carry on the conversation. Let's hear from other participants and panels. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for
I
joining.
hope that covers some of your...
And especially for highlighting the role of the multi-stakeholder community in that sense. ICANN is a key part of this community, right, in the long-term contribution to the internet governance space, and being one of the main models of multi-stakeholder model we have been addressing and quoting as an example. It's really good to highlight, so thanks a lot for joining us. Alisa, can I hand it to you? Thanks.
So good morning, everyone. Good evening or afternoon. So I'm coming from the Dutch government, and I've been working there for 4 years now, or at least at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, where I've been dealing with internet governance issues. And the PNIF has also inspired us partly in our international cybersecurity strategy that was published last year. So in the Dutch international cybersecurity strategy, we mentioned internet fragmentation specifically. And we said that interference with the structure, management and administration of the internet jeopardizes global interoperability. We saw that if a country or a group of countries would no longer recognize the authority of multi-stakeholder organizations, we didn't mention any specifically, but, well, to be specific here at least, I would definitely mention ICANN. Or if countries no longer recognize the importance of the multi-stakeholder model, we believe that this could lead to fragmentation to the core of the internet. And the Netherlands has always been very vocal on protecting the public core of the internet, which the cyber ambassador, Mr. Ernst Norman, spoke on a panel about this week. And so the internet fragmentation, or not recognizing the multi-stakeholder model, it would lead to a coexistence of different internet systems, as we said, a free one and let me see, a free one and one that is more state-controlled. We think that such a split would significantly disrupt interstate communications and internet services, such as email or messaging apps. And that's obviously then on a different layer and more focusing on user experience. But if that fragmentation would become so deep, it could affect, as I said, the user experience. And another part that we don't touch upon very often is the possible economic effects of internet fragmentation, as if we could not email freely together anymore or not use the same messaging apps, we very much believe that that could have a significant effect on global trade. I think I'd like to leave it here, but we'll get back to the GDC article, so I'll touch upon that later.
Thanks, Alisa. And also for, I think the fact that we have you here is also another proof of government's long-term commitment to the space and to digital cooperation, broadly speaking, right? And also to helping avoid internet fragmentation for that matter. So we do appreciate you joining, and we'll come back to you soon. Benga, I'll bring the question to you as well. Just as a reminder for everyone, since I asked it a couple of seconds ago, how do you react? The question is, how do you react to the PNIF participants' ideas around the GDC commitment, and what's your view as to how we should interpret it and operationalize it? Thanks.
Thank you. So I had a chance to participate in the webinars, and that for me was very useful. Not just to share what my own thoughts are, but also to listen to what people are saying. And in the spirit of multi-stakeholderism, I think there are 3 different sides of me sitting on the stage today. There's the engineer in me thinking the entire reason for the internet is to have an international network of networks. So if for any reason there is a threat to that, then what we then have is not the internet. In fact, when you fragment and create a national internet, it is not the internet. It is not an internet. And so I think the idea behind fragmenting and scaling to a level where you can have more control. And to be honest, there's a reason why 29D talks about shutdowns. One of the very likely things that would happen with a segmented, fragmented, and disconnected, in quotes, internet, is that you can flip the switch at any point in time. And that is not the essence of it. What that does is it disconnects people from opportunities, disconnects people from, even reaching services that could be critical to their lives. And so for me, looking at the original design of that, it is strange to have ideas of fragmentation as a proposal of making progress by any government. That's one side of it. The other side of it is I'm looking at this as over the last 19 years, we've had conversations at the IGF. When the leadership panel was set up, the first thing we did was to summarize all of the conversations that we had had for 16 plus years. And all of that conversation is what informed what eventually became the Internet We Want paper. And the Internet We Want paper summarized all that stakeholders have been asking for in 5 broad areas. And the first one is a complete or whole and open internet. You cannot speak of a complete or whole or open internet if we have conversations around fragmentation. And when we had this conversation earlier in the year, and the question was posed, do you think it is still a threat? One of the things I was thinking was, well, we'll find out during the GDC conversations. And then during the GDC conversations, as we were saying yesterday, with women and others, the question is, was this 29C, was it not controversial because people were not paying attention, or because everybody actually agrees that, well, to be honest, this is a challenge, this is a threat to the real definition of the internet? And I think it's the latter. I think that even people who have made proposals for fragmentation know themselves that when you fragment, what you have is not the internet. When you fraction things, you don't have the whole. The third stakeholder in me sitting on the stage today is the user. I'm an internet user myself. I've got kids who learn online. Coming in this morning, it's 2 hours ahead here. I had to say good morning to my family. I'm using the internet. So as a user, my user experience and the user experience that everyone has is very different in an environment where we talk about fragmentation. We do know in real terms that there are communities in our world today where people are prevented from seeing what is happening on other sides of the world. And it is one of the strongest instruments of manipulation. You can literally tell people various things about other parts of the world. Let me crack a joke, and I hope this is funny. Parking for Saudi Arabia, somewhere in the corner of my head, and I suspect this happened to many other people, somewhere in the corner of my head was, well, it's Saudi Arabia, it's going to be warm. And then I got here, bam. And I said to someone, this is not the weather that we ordered, but that was based on my perception of Saudi Arabia that I'd been to only once. Imagine that on a grander scale, where someone is fed with certain information about certain processes, about certain geographies, about certain things over and over again, and prevented from seeing the whole or the complete internet. That is dangerous. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Benga. I think you answered the question we had for you guys. We promised there would be no surprises on the stage, but I think what we had in mind as you guys were doing your initial interventions is whether you had different perceptions what an unfragmented internet was. But maybe like going forward on that, I would maybe ask you guys, and I know you want to come back on the floor, Tab, but Before you come in, I would just maybe ask you if you still think of that the initial idea of the internet is still valid, right? And I think the reason why we're asking that is not just because user experiences tend to be very different, but policymakers' approaches to the internet is also very different, right? Especially if you look at spaces like trust and safety or platform regulation, people tend to refer to Meta or Facebook platforms as the internet when we know there is a much broader aspect to the conversation than just that. So, but just food for thought, and I'll hand the floor back to you, Amitabh.
Thank you for that question, Bruna. And I think I would take my cue from what Benga said about the network of networks. So we all know that, and I think it's important to understand what internet is and be very clear about when we talk about fragmentation, what is really the fragmentation. And you talked about technical fragmentation and other stuff. So let me just kind of get to that first and make it very clear as to what we think about what fragmentation is and whether it should be a concern now. So I think, as you rightly put, it's a transformative technology that has become such an integral part of our daily lives that we can go online and we expect it to work all the time. So a fragmented internet is not an internet and contradicts the technical community's perception of what an internet should be or a globally interoperable, single, open internet should be and is. Internet fragmentation occurs when the internet breaks down at the technical layer, right, resulting in a loss of interoperability among various networks. We know there are 70,000 plus networks, right, and any break between the two which are speaking the same language, that would be internet fragmentation. However, technically speaking, there is no internet fragmentation at that level. Okay, so let me qualify further. There are threats that undermine the interoperability of the internet. So for ICANN, avoiding internet fragmentation remains a critical concern, and therefore it closely monitors emerging risks that could potentially threaten or undermine and technically fragment the domain name system, that is the DNS. And you refer to emerging government legislations and stuff. So I'll come to that. So for example, there are technologies like alternative namespaces based on blockchain technologies. Now, widespread adoption of these technologies could result in disparate and compatible internet ecosystems. Further, increased consideration of restrictive national legislations, policies, and regulations attempting to assert digital sovereignty at the technical layer can undermine the seamless functionality of the internet. We have seen examples in certain regions where they are trying to control the root servers and stuff like that. I'm not going into details there, but those are the kind of risks that one has to keep track of. And these complicate efforts to sustain a unified network. So, for example, top-level domain names could stop resolving or resolve differently within the borders of a country, and that could be the result of some of these control mechanisms that are discussed at the national and government levels. So there are also risks posed by having duplicative internet standards, which could subsequently result in compatibility, compatibility and interoperability issues across various networks during implementation. So these are some of the risks that we need to be very, very clear about. That would be, and I think from that standpoint, your framework is very clear, and I think it makes it very clear that there's a technical layer, there's a user experience level of fragmentation, as you can understand it, which Benga referred to, and also at the governance level. So we have to see those silos and then decide what interfragmentation is and how it should be read or understood.
Thank you very much. Alisa, Benga, do you guys want to come back on this question? Just feel free to, but you don't have to as well. But just giving you both the opportunity, because I think it's a little bit of what Amitabh was saying, right? The framework talks about different perspectives around this issue, right? So when we started the PNIF, I think the whole idea was to see what other perspectives that were besides just the technical community perspective on fragmentation, and how could we implement those ideas into the broader aspect. And I think you both spoke a little bit on that as to how the actors, they might have their own role, but also, as you were saying, Benga, how certain types of interventions on access to the internet can also be meaningful or could also harm users in a broader sense. So if you guys want to come back, just flag to me. Yeah, Lisa?
Thank you. Well, maybe coming back to the Article 29C first. When it was negotiated in the GDC, if you look closely between the different, so there have been five versions of the GDC before the final one was published. This paragraph has not been changed. And I think that's what Gbenga was referring to. And just to clarify a bit more, if I honestly, I don't know if everyone agreed or if everyone just didn't care, but I hope to say that everyone agreed, because in the end, everyone has agreed with the GDC. And I think it's a very important international document now that we can use. Also, if we see countries, or mostly countries, taking steps towards fragmentation, that we can say, hey, that's something we agreed upon with each other that you should not do. And maybe looking forward towards WSIS, I hope that maybe something of this could also be used for the WSIS action lines. Because the WSIS obviously focuses on connecting everyone to the internet. So the other way around, disconnecting, that's something we definitely do not want. And maybe 20 years ago, people were not thinking about disfragmenting or disintegrating with the internet. And nowadays, I do still think it is an issue, and it's good that we're talking about it. And when we look at the framework that the PNIF produced, I can definitely agree with ICANN that, or with Amital on behalf of ICANN, that technical internet fragmentation, or on the technical layer, we still use TCP/IP. So in that sense, we're not fragmented, but definitely at a user experience, there is fragmentation. In some countries, you cannot use TikTok, you cannot use WhatsApp or other messaging apps, or any other app. And that definitely affects your internet experience. So yeah, I think it's an important article to have in the GDC, and I really commend the work of the PNIF on this. Yep.
Thanks, Alisa. And thanks for mentioning the magic work for the week that is WSIS, right? And how does this all is going to play, how will this part play a role in WSIS? And I think the question in the room is also like, how do we promote better coordination between the GDC process and its implementation, and what's going to happen next year? But Beng, I know you also want to come in.
Yes, thanks. I'm thinking of the three keywords in 29C again. The first is to prevent, identify, and then address the risks of fragmentation. And I think, those three words play various roles. But in terms of addressing the risk of fragmentation, one of the risks is that it is a direct attack on one of the major goals of inclusion, which is that we've given ourselves, and to be honest, we all agreed on this. It's too late for anyone to say, oh, I didn't agree. We set a target to say that by 2030, and yesterday I did put another date to it. The last day in 2030 is December 31, right? So by December 31, 2030, to connect everyone. If we say we want to connect everyone to a global internet, then any attempt, or as my colleagues in the university would say at the time, attempted attempt to work towards fragmentation or to do that will be a direct contradiction of what we have agreed on. And I think it's really important, while this, as we've both, mentioned, while this wasn't exactly one of the most popular phrases in all the various versions, it's one of those things that you look at all versions and you're like, oh, this one didn't change, but the others are changing in length and in words. Even if it's not as popular, it is a direct message to everyone that we have agreed, literally, not to fragment.
Thanks, Benga. And I think it's safe to say that in the same ways the internet wouldn't work without TCP/IP, or the multi-stakeholder wouldn't work without one of the stakeholder groups, it shouldn't, we shouldn't think that the mission has been achieved if there are still people facing connectivity issues and not being able to, go to social media during an election period because of an internet shutdown. So yeah, Lisa, do you want to come back? Yeah.
Yeah, very briefly. So when Gbenga mentioned addressing the risks of internet fragmentation being an important part of Article 29C, it made me think of something else we also actually mentioned in our international cybersecurity strategy in the Netherlands, is that we will commission a study that will focus on the risks of internet fragmentation, and specifically focusing on the political and technical dependencies, and on the economic implications of fragmentation. Because as I said in my opening statement, we really think that the economic effects is something that haven't been looked into that often. If one would fragment, what would be the cost of fragmenting? And maybe, well, in the end, I think that it could be a possibility that the economic stakes are so high in the end for a country to fragment that it in the end will not decide to do that. But I haven't come across a study that has already mentioned this. So if anyone knows this study, please come up to me, then we can save ourselves some money, and that's very welcome always. But if not, then we hope to do this study. Thanks.
Yes, it's a call for more studies in that sense as well, right? Thanks, Elisa. Chitao, I know we have a comment from remote, right? So I'm bringing you to the floor as well.
Thank you, Bruna. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you there in Riyadh, and I hope you've all had an excellent IGF so far. It's also been a pleasure to be a co-facilitator of the PNIF over the last few months, and to see this discussion progress, and to be so relevant as well to the ongoing multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes happening. And really great to hear the discussion mature even more there on the stage today. Looking forward to taking it forward even further. We do have a couple of comments from remote participants, which I can convey over to you in case you do want to react to it, as I know we're also moving forward to the next part of the session, considering the implementation mechanism for that commitment on avoiding internet fragmentation. So we have input which states, a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance enables more voices to be heard, and coming together as a community amplifies our message. The importance of educating and raising awareness amongst communities about internet governance processes has been emphasized as a vital role, and the WSIS outcome of multi-stakeholder and intergovernmental internet governance marked a success. And then we have a response which says we need to examine if those among the unbalanced of the multilateral and lobbying actors influence the design and flow of the IGF sessions, so as to leave the multi-stakeholder participatory process as that of being an appearance only, where there are substantively different points of view. So I think those really speak to the importance of maintaining the multi-stakeholder approach and the value of the IGF in that regard, which we've heard, of course, a lot of this week and this morning as well. And then we also have someone saying, greetings from Pakistan. As per my humble view, fragmentation in low-income countries without digital culture, proper infrastructure, and education affects all private and public sectors. We have a question actually that's just come in about how building the digital divide, how do we achieve the 100% connectivity by all in 2030. So I think that speaks to Benga's recent point about the fact that if we're moving towards the target of connecting everyone by 2030, as is a global commitment, that is directly in contradiction, of course, to fragmentation trends. And so it's very important to keep that in mind as well. Okay, so back to you on the stage, Bruna, and happy to come in later. I
Thank
hope
you.
that has complemented the discussions there.
Thanks a lot, Chital. I would like to give the opportunity to the folks in the audience as well. If anyone would like to add a comment or a view as to how we should be operationalizing or implementing Article 29C. We have 2 microphones on both sides of the stage, the 2 podiums. So if anyone would like to comment, feel free to come to it and just add your thoughts. If not, then I think we're going to move on with the session, but just taking some time to see if anyone comes to the stage. But then that brings us to part 2 then, and hopefully folks in the audience can join in part 2. And my question to all of you is also, what are the opportunities to engage in future discussions, and how are you guys looking at yet another pivotal year, yet another inflection point that's going to be 25, and all of the implementation conversation around not just the GDC, but what might happen in this space as well. Don't know who wants to take the question first, but let's go with you, Benga. Thanks.
You had me at 2025. It's, I mean, it's probably going to be one of our most interesting, and I use the word interesting vaguely, years in terms of many conversations, WSIS plus 20, renewal of the IGF mandate, hopefully making it permanent, and a lot of other conversations. But specifically on the opportunities we have, I had assumed in making a recommendation earlier that we would have about a year, between 2 IGFs. Now we have 6 months. And while that sounds like a short time, I think it is still possible, and this is my proposal, that now there's a global agreement on a conversation we've been having for a very long time. 29C is very clear. Prevent, identify, address risks. We have an opportunity to return to the next IGF with a report that speaks to the exact state and compares where we are at as at May or June 2025 and where we were by December 2024. Given that it's a short time, it may not have as much details as it will be if it was an entire year. But I think as a community, we need to start measuring, because if we don't measure, we will make assumptions, or we may not be able to grow what needs to grow or what needs to be reduced. So I think we have a unique opportunity of asking ourselves, what is the state of proposed fragmentation by various countries right now? And then we can compare in May, since we need some time to write the report and convert to PDF, in those 5 months, has anything changed? Have we, are we sliding towards less conversations? Are we sliding towards more people agreeing with 29C? And I think that is an opportunity. And one other thing we must do is to name names. And what I mean is the report should identify who is still talking about fragmentation. Because I think in naming names, in identifying who is talking about it, we can get the view of why they are talking about it. In fact, for all you care, they may not be thinking of it as fragmentation. And I say this from research that we have done at Paradigm Initiative, where we're talking to certain governments who had shut down the internet, and in their explanation, they absolutely had no idea. Well, to be honest, they did. But in their diplomatic responses, they, in quotes, had no idea what the risks were. They were doing this to protect the same people that we were asking them to respect their rights. And I think it's a very valid view to see, because then you can have a real conversation. Otherwise, we're going to be talking at ourselves. We're going to say no fragmentation. Someone is going to say it's not fragmentation. But we must have those difficult conversations. I mean, this is reality. Why are you intent on doing this? And is there another option? We've got all those principles of legality, necessity, proportionality. Is it legal? To be honest, right now it's not. Is it necessary? Let's have that conversation. And is it proportional? Is it worth disconnecting everyone, literally, just because you want to address something that could be addressed culturally or in another way?
Thank you, Benga. And I think, just as a comment, as a comeback in that point, I think the observation or the, let's say, KPIs part on this conversation is really relevant, especially because when the GDC review comes up, we will also address, right, what's the stage of the commitments with 29C. So that's the point that's important. Sorry, Amita, please come in.
I think I would underline what Benga said about continuing the conversation, which is very important going forward. And I think the PNF's role is very important here. I mean, it could actually help deepen the dialogue on the internet fragmentation with the IGF stakeholder community. The networks framework for discussing internet fragmentation provides a good foundation for the dialogue there. And you can build on these efforts by promoting inclusive participation, encouraging diverse perspectives. For example, ensuring that all relevant stakeholders are engaged in discussions to identify risks to fragmentation, as Benga said, and contribute meaningful suggestions on how to prevent it. You can also do something like facilitating multi-stakeholder exchanges, a knowledge exchange, for example, and by supporting policy coherence, because people have different understanding of what fragmentation is. So there's a certain amount of coherence that one can, bring about in terms of understanding what it is all about. And then capacity building, right? So this is where PNF's role is pretty important. And it can also facilitate the sharing of impact assessment tools which exist, resources and best practices, for example. Internet Society has an Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit, and the ICANN's organization provides assessment on emerging technologies and tracks proposed legislations and regulations that could have implications on the DNS. So these are some of the ways to consider going forward for PNF to meaningfully engage stakeholders to deepen discussions on fragmentation. So that's a good way to move forward towards 2025.
Amazing, thank you. And just on the impact assessment as well, I think, although it wasn't mentioned yet, the São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines are another of the mechanisms or tools that we can also use to assess exactly this point about inclusion and diversity that's so relevant. And it's going to be relevant for next year's IGF and for the mandate renewal for the IGF to be set, hopefully as a permanent mechanism. But Alice, I'll hand the floor to you as well.
Yes, thanks. This discussion made me think, so we have the 2027 review of the GDC, and that will have to review actually what has been done to prevent, identify, and address fragmentation. But I guess today here, well, we're also slightly struggling on measure. We don't have any statistics here with us today. So I'm kind of wondering how will actually the UN review this Article 29C if we cannot objectively review it. Also regarding what Benga said, I think it would be really interesting to see if in the upcoming 6 months till the next IGF we could put down a framework to actually measure or to install kind of a KPI for the UN to be able to measure what has been done to prevent, identify and address those risks of internet fragmentation.
Thank you. I think, yeah, for a lot of the GDC commitments, the question in the room is what will be the KPIs, how the implementation is going to go. We know it's still rather early in the process to keep asking for the next steps, but at the same time, it's been a long time going for this process, right? So I think it's also fair that everyone has good expectations as to how we should be measuring not just this, but many other aspects around the GDC and its broader commitments. Does any one of you would like to add anything to the conversation? And while you think about it, I'll just maybe bring it back to the audience and see. We have a question for you that would be, what can the multi-stakeholder community do, given that the 29C is a commitment that exclusively UN member states took, as this was a member state exclusive process in that sense. So I don't know if anyone here in Riyadh wants to come to the mic, or anyone from remote. Shital, have we got any hands?
Thanks, Bruno. We do have Gopal who has his hand raised and wants to come in. Gopal, would you like to unmute yourself? Okay, they might not be able to hear us, so we can go back to the room and see if that changes.
Okay, thanks. Any of you would like to come in on that? Just as what the multi-stakeholder community should do in terms of, like, given the 29th is a commitment. Oh, we have Henriette. Please introduce yourself, Henriette.
Thank you very much, Bruna, and everyone on the panel, and the organizers, and the policy network on internet fragmentation. My name is Henriette Esterhuizen. I'm from South Africa, and I work with the Association for Progressive Communications. Just a quick sort of cross-cutting comment, maybe addressing ICANN, but not only. Whether you think of the internet as fragmented or not really depends on whose internet you think it is. And I think if we think of it as the internet of people who can access all aspects, all applications, all content, then the internet is fragmented. If you think of the internet as people who can afford mobile data, who have good infrastructure, who don't just depend on using handheld devices to interact with the internet, then that's a very different picture. And I think we just have to be very careful. I mean, I agree with the definition of fragmentations and the dimensions of fragmentation that the policy network has identified. But I think we as an internet governance community need to also be aware of our own elitism, the own privilege, how our experience of the internet shapes how we see internet fragmentation. And be very careful that that doesn't actually make us blind to the extent that that user experience fragmentation is the reality for billions of people.
Thank you very much, Henriette. I have Amitabh and Alisa afterwards.
No, Henriette, thank you for that comment. And I think we also made it very clear that when we say that internet is not fragmented, that was a technical layer. It could be at the DNS layer, IP, a unique identifier system layer. But what is helpful is to also look at the PNF's framework, where you actually create these three different baskets and the layers. And there would be issues about fragmentation at the user level and at the governance level. And I did allude in my earlier points that I made in the first point was about the emerging legislations and the other technical developments of alternate name systems, which could create a problem of fragmentation even at the technical layer. But those are emerging risks one has to keep track of, and not necessarily currently affecting the technical layer. Just a short point on that.
Thank you. Alisa?
Thank you. I wanted to comment very practically that I would really love to hear Gopal. It was promised to be a hybrid IGF and everyone would be able to speak. So could we please ensure that Gopal can speak?
Yeah, can we try again? Thanks for the reminder, Alisa.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Homogeneity is a recipe for chaos. Internet strength is heterogeneity. Heterogeneity and any ideas about fragmentation must go hand in hand. If I may be permitted to use the term geopolitics as a best envelope on heterogeneity, because even money is programmable today, Are we going to look at the superimposition of geopolitics in terms of the way the political groupings of the nations are forming?
Thank you, Gopal. Thanks for the comments. And thanks everyone for the comments so far. I don't know if the microphone cut in the middle or if you would like to add anything, but if you would like to, please type on the chat and I'm sure Shital will be able to add some more thing in case your comment was cut in the middle of it. And also thanks to our panelists. I don't know if you would like to add any last kind of comments to that sense, but I do think we had a fairly good discussion in terms of what are the challenges, what are the questions that everyone is asking each other. And again, if there's anyone in the audience still that would like to add on what can we as different groups of stakeholders can do into this conversation and so on, please come to the mic. We have 2 microphones on both sides of the stage. Thank you. And remember to introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum. Actually, I have a different idea about the internet governance and fragmentation. I think if we more practice governance, internet governance and fragmentation, I think we'll stop the innovation. If we want to manage the future, we have to make little rule about control anything in content of internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have you got a second comment?
Yes, okay.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm sorry for waiting till the last minute to come up to the mic. My name is Hossein Badran. I'm a member of the Canadian IGF and the Arab IGF. My comment relates to the technical layer and its relationship also to the governance of the internet. We have seen over the last several years that there are proposals coming to standards organizations, particularly the ITUT, that will result to a new protocol stack, a new addressing scheme, new QoS allocation scheme, identification scheme of end users and full visibility of content. So really non-interoperable approaches to the global internet architecture. Of course, this will cause fragmentation at the technical layer, but not only this. The capability to completely identify end users and their content, make it made very visible to a central authority, makes it a mass surveillance mechanism set in by default. So I think this is a danger that we, in compliance with this paragraph, need to look into very closely and also follow its development under different names, under different keywords or buzzwords, because such approaches to standardize new protocol stacks and also their implications on how the internet is governed instead of a decentralized, heterogeneous architecture being governed by a central authority that has full visibility on the content and the end users, and also embed mass surveillance to be done by default is very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shital, how is the remote? Oh, we have another speaker here. Yes, please. Can you introduce yourself?
All right, thank you very much. So my name is Kunle Olorundare from Nigerian IGF. I'm so much excited about this conversation, and I think one good thing about the IGF is the fact that we're able to come together to have a conversation about issues like this. And I think this is a very important issue, and I can see that we are trying to balance what the GDC, is saying with respect to the SGD number 16. And for me, I think if we're going to have this kind of conversation, it is very important, not just important, very important, mark the word very, to have, the government involved in this kind of conversation. What I'm saying that is that, we are talking about preventing internet fragmentation. And peradventure, if there's going to be anything that has to do with, fragmenting the internet, most of the time it comes from the government side. And the arguments, one of the arguments would be, maybe because of security, reasons, and so on and so forth. So I think we need to advance this conversation, and we need to start looking at, if the issue that is always coming when it comes to fragmentation is about the security. So how do we solve the problem of, security without tampering with the internet? I think that's one of the things we really need to be looking at. So what I'm proposing is, let's do what we call reverse engineering. I'm an engineer, I'm sorry. So let's do reverse engineering. If we're talking about the problem, then let's try and focus on the solutions while we're trying to solve the problem. I think that will make a whole lot of sense, and that will add value to this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Do I see a last speaker here? Please come in and introduce yourself.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm Fatima Zahra Osman, youth representative from Sudan. I actually have a question. So the Global Digital Compact commitment is operationalized. So how do you see the collaboration evolving between government, the private sector, and civil society to prevent the fragmentation?
Thank you. Do we have any quick answers to this question? Would anyone like to take? The implementation and the role of stakeholders in the GDC and so on.
Sorry. Okay. Maybe to start with the last question about collaboration between government, private sector, and I think it was civil society. For me in the Netherlands, I'm also part of the Netherlands IGF, and there we come together at least every year, and also we have in between, we have moments that we meet each other in between, and very recently we had a multi-stakeholder discussion about internet fragmentation. So we sat together with approximately 20 people from academia, from civil society, the public sector, and the private sector, and there we discussed what to do about internet fragmentation, and we were discussing the research that we will be commissioning very soon. And I would definitely encourage all NRIs to organize such a debate on internet fragmentation and bring in all stakeholders. And obviously internationally, we're having this debate here, and the Dutch government has been chairing the Freedom Online Coalition over the past year. The focus may not have been internet fragmentation, but it has definitely been the flip side of internet fragmentation, addressing the risks of not working or not collaborating with each other, and ensuring that the internet remains open, free, and secure. And maybe regarding the new IP, I interpreted it as new IP question. My colleagues are definitely following this discussion in ITUT, and we're very much in favor of keeping this protocol, the IPv4, IPv6 protocol that we have right now, and we're not in favor of changing that protocol.
Thanks. And Benga, you wanted to add something?
So I was thinking a bit more about the security question, and I know that we do not have an immediate answer. There's no magic wand to solve all security problems, but one way not to solve it is fragmenting. Because to be honest, if you're trying to solve cross-border problems, because many of these problems are cross-border, you do not isolate networks. Because when you do that, what you may be doing is you may be chasing things into the shadows. And I think that is even more, more dangerous. So while we do not have all the answers about how there are challenges, there are challenges with the internet, there are bad actors, but while we're looking at how communities can get better in identifying and isolating, while we're looking at community standards that would make people call out bad practices, we do not, and this is why I mentioned earlier, the three-part test. Is it legal? Is it proportionate? Is it necessary? I think that when you even apply the necessity test, fragmentation is not at all on the table of solutions when it comes to security. In fact, I think what we need is even more cooperation across silos. And speaking of across silos, the question about what is happening at the ITUT and the implications of that, I think increasingly in this year 2024, we saw a lot more interest by civil society in technical conversations. And I think we need a lot more of that because it is one thing for you to suddenly find out that there is a change in the standards by the ISTARS, and then you on the ground as an advocate now need to start fighting with governments and say, hey, respect human rights. But instead of doing that, we could rewind a bit and participate in certain conversations, including technical standards. Yes, it's a bit complex because the conversations are not, the ITUT is not a multi-stakeholder, body. But increasingly we have governments who include civil society on their delegations so that you can have a complete view. And I think this is really important, and I will make this case very strongly again, that governments should remember that the mandate you have is to represent the people. And the people you represent are made up of government, private sector, civil society, technical community, and others. So government delegations need to stop being government alone. Because when you do that, it gives you only a myopic view of the issues you're trying to address at these technical conversations. And I think one of the things we must see in 2025 is many more governments must include a wholesome perspective because it is in your own interest. In fact, reality is you're literally getting free consultants when you include other stakeholders on your delegation.
Thanks.
I think that is the
Let's
reason
go to
why,
you, Amitabh. Yeah.
that is the reason why I think IGF platform is a bridge between the technical expertise and the policy making and makers to foster common understanding of the internet fragmentation, and the ways to address them. And that's, I think, a conversation that has been happening, as I heard, about the fact that whether the IGF mandate itself will be extended or not. And I think going forward, we would fully support that IGF gets the mandate to continue, and it's a platform where all these elements of academia, technical community, the policymakers, the governments, for example, the private sector, they all converge together to exchange knowledge. And that's going to be very important to clear some of these issues around understanding of internet fragmentation and how to address that issue going forward. Yep.
Thank you all for the comments and inputs, and thanks to the folks in the audience too. I'm going to hand the floor back to Shital as she's going to do a short summary of our conversation, and hopefully we'll have time to bring it back to you, to the three panelists on the floor. Shital?
Thank you so much, Bruna, and no pressure there to try and keep it short so that we can hear some last thoughts from the panelists. This has been, I think, a really great discussion building on what the webinars in the policy network already discussed. So what I've heard is a few key points, really reiterating the importance of the commitment in the compact of Article 29C, and the point was made regarding how much support and consensus there was on that commitment, which provides a really good basis for moving forward, but not just that commitment. It's also connected to others, like the target to connect everyone by 2050. And then another key set of points related to, sorry, I'm getting a bit of an echo, but I will continue, related to the risks that we're seeing at the technical layer to the internet and to an unfragmented internet, but the very real and ongoing fragmentation of the user experience, and the importance of also realizing that there are risks via, for example, proposals for standards at the technical layer as well that really reinforce the importance of addressing this issue. And finally, we spoke quite a lot here about what the policy network can do and what the wider multi-stakeholder community can do, and the importance of 2025 in that regard is a key year. And so we don't, as we often heard during the conversation, need to start from scratch. We have the policy networks framework as well to utilize to assess the state of fragmentation as we work towards the next IGF in 2025, but also the WSIS +20 review. We also had heard ideas of the importance of using the NRIs, national and regional IGFs, as a space for continued discussion on the topic. So I hope that was helpful. Simply a very important article and a strong basis. There continue to not only be risks, but real lived experiences of fragmentation, lots of opportunities to address this, and a role for the IGF and for the policy network within that. So back to you, Bruna, and to the panelists.
Thank you very much. Maybe just as a closing remark, I'll ask the three of you to share with us probably either one takeaway from this discussion or perhaps a dream or a wish for next year as we go into WSIS +20 review, we go into new discussions around the IGF mandate renewal, and many of those things around the GDC implementation still unanswered, but hopefully will be a year of answers in a lot of ways. So if each of you could share with us either a dream or a takeaway based on this conversation, I would be very happy to hear.
I think just to summarize from whatever we have discussed, going back to the webinars and what the participants had said at the time, I think what comes out to me clearly is we need more collaboration, we need to strengthen capacities, we need to ensure accountability. Stakeholders can contribute to meaningful discussions during the WSIS 20 review and beyond. So this is all going to be very, very useful in our efforts to maintain a resilient, interoperable and globally connected internet. And that is aligned with the commitment of the UN member states, also as outlined in 29C.
Thank you. Alisa?
Well, you asked different questions. What would be my dream? Well, my dream would very easily be that we wouldn't have to have this discussion on internet fragmentation, and everyone would perfectly be fine with this internet that we have. But more realistically, a takeaway for me is that the research that we want to do as government, as Dutch government, we really should do, and that the need to start measuring internet fragmentation is more necessary than ever.
Benga? Thanks, Alisa.
Two dreams. First, I can already see in my hands the report from the PNI. I'm flipping through the report, and June 2025, that's a dream. My second dream is a truly multi-stakeholder conversation on this, where delegations at technical conversations learn from ICANN multi-stakeholder model, the IGF multi-stakeholder model, and truly get the best of all aspects of our society when we have these conversations.
Thanks, and thanks for dreaming high as well. It's important in these days. Thanks for everyone that was with us in the room or remotely. Thanks to our panelists. Wim, Chital, as usual, thanks a lot to both of you for being great and amazing partners in this. And most of all, thanks to the PNIF community for giving us such a great year. We hope to continue this conversation in 2025 as we go into new steps and a new report that Benga is looking forward to reading. And I'll just give the floor to you, Wim, if you want to add anything.
No, the only thing I wanted to add, not that we don't forget to thank you, Bruna, for leading the panel and also the work during the year. Thank you. And of course, Sheetal, for doing the same online. So thank you. And we finished exactly right on time. So perfect. Thank you.
Welcome to this session, looking back, moving forward, how to continue to empower the IGF's role in internet governance. I am Carol Roach, the MAG Chair for IGF 2024. So this looking back and moving forward is under the theme Improving Digital Cooperation for the Internet that we want. Over the past 20 years, the IGF has played a significant role in the internet and the digital ecosystem. It has evolved to meet the exponential growth of the internet and the digital technologies, leveraging a multi-stakeholder model to bring together experts, communities, and users to address innovations, opportunities, and risks. With this in mind, the session today will focus on the IGF's role in the Global Digital Compact, implementation in the context of the WSIS Plus 20 review, as well as enhancing the IGF presence in the WSIS architecture and IGF institutional improvements ahead of the WSIS Plus 20 review process. So joining me on stage and online, we have Tamia Sutu, who's the Global Digital Policy Lead for the International Chamber of Commerce. We have Valeria Bendecourt, Internet Governance Lead, Association for Progressive Communications, or APC. Christine Arreda, online, board member of the Strategic Advisory to the Executive President, National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt. And we have Curtis Lindquist, President and CEO, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. And my co-moderator is Benga Sassan, Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative. Welcome, everybody. So we're going to jump straight into it, and my first question goes to Tamia. How did the IGF contribute to the 20-year implementation of the WSIS action lines, and what are the substantive contributions the IGF, mainly its reports, intersessional work, can bring to the GDC as we move into its implementation and look towards the WSIS Plus 20 review and beyond? It's a big question, but I know you can handle that.
Thank you very much, Carol, and good morning, everyone. It's nice to see many of you here still on the last day of the IGF and with us in this session, and thank you to everyone for inviting me and ICC to share a few words. For those of you who don't know us, the International Chamber of Commerce is a global business organization. We represent a network of companies of all sizes and sectors of over 45 million in number in more than 170 countries around the world. So we aim to bring their voice into their conversations here today. About the IGF, ICC was also very much involved in the WSIS process. We were the interlocutor for WSIS back in Geneva and Tunis phases 20 years ago almost. And since then, we have an initiative that's called Business Action to support the information society that looks at the outcomes of the WSIS process and tries to bring the business voices into this conversation. So it's not unusual that we are always at the IGF and we're trying to bring businesses into the IGF to support, of course, these meetings at the annual level, but also the work that happens intersessionally. So what has the IGF done in the past 20 years that is relevant to WSIS and the GDC? First of all, it has been instrumental in fostering inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogue. On internet governance, of course, bringing together governments, businesses, civil society, academia, and the technical community, but also on a number of issues that are related to the internet. I like to say the technologies that either enable or are enabled by the internet. So the IGF has had the conversations in this multi-stakeholder setting in all these areas. And it has established itself as the premier global platform for open and constructive discourse on these issues. So for me, that is one element, the multi-stakeholder conversation and convening power. Another one of the IGF's major contribution is that it really builds global awareness of the critical digital issues, whether that's we're talking about access to digital technologies or inclusion or cybersecurity or emerging technologies. It encourages dialogue, shared understanding, and collaboration, which I think is a great contribution to the IGF. Over the years, the IGF has developed, as you said, vibrant intercessional work and an ecosystem through initiatives like best practice forums, the dynamic coalitions, the policy networks that have allowed these stakeholders from all around the world to coalesce and collaborate on specific issues on a year-round basis. And they have produced a lot of interesting reports and outputs on issues like cybersecurity, meaningful connectivity, AI, internet fragmentation, and many others. So while these outputs, yes, they are not binding, they provide valuable insights and practical guidance sometimes for policymakers and practitioners. And that is one more element that I think that we need to highlight from the past 20 years contributions of the IGF. And then last but not least, it has fostered a network and the growth of the multi-stakeholder idea through the national and regional IGFs in local and regional communities. And this really helps localize the internet governance discussions that we have at this international level. The NRIs really bring diverse stakeholders into the conversation to ensure that the regional priorities and voices are fed into the global debates, while also driving grassroots engagement on the digital issues that are pressing for a particular time and place. So these developments altogether have been instrumental in identifying some actionable solutions and fostering alignment across sectors and regions, and therefore enabling a more cohesive approach to implementing the WSIS action lines, and I think should be leveraged to channel the voice of the multi-stakeholder community in the review process of the WSIS, that of course also very relevant for the GDC. As we consider the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, the IGF can really serve as a foundational resource, in my opinion, that capitalizes on this unique convening power that the IGF has to share insights and expertise that reflect the realities and aspirations of the multi-stakeholder community, and to exchange best practices and forge partnerships to foster and further the GDC implementation. It really is that unique forum that brings us all together, where we can discuss, okay, what have you done on GDC? What am I doing? How do we move that forward and make sure that that voice of the community is really part of the discussions around how to implement the GDC as well. And last but not least, I think the IGF's convening power can also help maintain momentum for these, both the WSIS plus 20 review and the GDC. We tend to think of them as a moment in time, but I think the IGF has the power to carry that momentum further for the years to come, and offer space for dialogue and monitoring and accountability on what we've committed ourselves to, whether that's the WSIS action lines, whether that's the GDC, or perhaps bringing the two together. So I'll leave it at that and turn it back to you, Carol.
Thank you, Tamia. I agree with you that we have such a community here, and we've already been in the space of discussions, and adding another discussion with regards to the GDC is something we're able to handle. You're quite right. Thank you. So I'm now going to hand the same question over to Valeria. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Carol. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to see you all here. And also thank you for the opportunity to share the perspective of the Association for Progressive Communications, a global network of civil society groups working with the internet and other information and communication technologies to improve people's lives. The Internet Governance Forum has been for years a platform for debate and for dialogue of public policy issues that cut across multiple action lines of the WSIS. It complements both the WSIS forum's role in monitoring progress regarding the WSIS action lines, and also the CSTD, which serves as a forum for intergovernmental discussions. The internet is at the heart of the WSIS vision of a people-centered, inclusive information society. Its development, its availability, how the internet is used, how affordable and meaningful accessing it is, what languages one can use or read on the internet, is potential for good, but also its potential for harm. All of these internet governance issues also relate to the WSIS action lines. And for the past 19 years, the IGF has given people from different parts of the world with different perspectives and from different sectors and groups the opportunity to share challenges and solutions. The IGF the Best Practice Forum on Gender and Access, for instance, became the first global multi-stakeholder space for exploring gender-based online violence. The recommendations that emerge from this Best Practice Forum continues to inform efforts to make the internet a space that is safe and is secure for women and gender minorities. Another example, the IGF Dynamic Coalition on Community Connectivity. It marked the first steps to recognition of the need to diversify solutions, models, markets, and partnerships for empowering the unconnected to connect themselves. It has been mentioned already by Timea, but the regional and national IGFs are spaces for different stakeholders and for civil society to sit alongside governments and have difficult conversations about media freedom, human rights, accountability, and digital justice. In the case of the LAC IGF, it has allowed us to build synergies with the ELAC process, the regional digital agenda that resulted from the WSIS. So by addressing emerging issues and the way in which they are addressed, all aspects of society permeated, but digitalization have evolved. And obviously the Global Digital Compact updates the framework for shaping our digital future and proposes a set of shared principles and commitments for a more collaborative digital future. In that sense, it complements well the WSIS framework, and both should be integrated. The IGF is a central space to discuss ways to respond to gaps in the implementation in the WSIS goals and tackle new issues addressed by the GDC, and in that way to contribute to reduce the fragmentation that permeates the global governance ecosystem of digital technologies. As the IGF Vision Beyond 2025 document that the Internet Strategy Working Group has put together, as it states, there is no dichotomy between the Internet governance and digital governance. And the IGF, within its existing mandate, is a suitable platform for addressing the challenges and opportunities presented by the new and emerging digital technologies that shape our information society and the related digital policy processes, and at the same time also continue analyzing and proposing solutions for the never-ending goals of the WSIS. I would like to call on the MAC and the IGF community to implement the actions proposed by the IGF Strategy Working Group in order to operationalize the vision for a more impactful IGF towards a people-centered and planet-centric digital policy, and also for democratic, inclusive, accountable, and transparent governance of digital technologies. Last but not least, the IGF, we should recall, it also facilitated the IANA transition, and also the Net Mundial process emerged from the IGF. So there is a lot to build on the IGF, and the IGF is still playing a critical role to shape the digital future that will serve people's lives in the best possible way.
Thank you, Valeria. I do believe, and agree with you, that the IGF is well positioned to look at the opportunities and the innovations, as well as the threats and the risks. And we're good at finding gaps and addressing them. So thank you very much. We are poised and ready to be impactful for the GDC as well as our communities. So we're now going to move, end this session with the audience. We want to make it very interactive. I just want to remind the audience that You have a 2-minute limit for your intervention. Please, this is not the time for advertising. Let's just try to stick with the topics. I'm going to ask Jorge Cancino from Ofcom to start us off with his thoughts. Jorge, you want to take the mic? Oh, you're on this side. Welcome.
So, hello, do you hear me okay? Good. I don't see you very well, but I hope you hear me. I'm hearing myself, so it must be working. So thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'm Jorge Cancio from the Swiss government. I have to confess, I was in Tunis almost 20 years ago when we agreed on the WSIS second phase, the Tunis Agenda for the Information Society. So I was part of that process. And if we look back, it's not only 20-year-old documents that we agreed on a vision of a people-centered, development-focused, human-based, human rights-based information society, what is a digital society. And we also agreed on means to make that happen with the so-called action lines, where the different agencies from the UN and also many other stakeholders would work towards that vision. We also agreed on some governance structures. The WSIS action lines would be discussed every year in what became the WSIS Forum. Member states would look into the progress in the Commission for Science and Technology for Development, and we would have the most creative kid on the block, the IGF, to look into emerging topics and have digital governance discussions. So as everything that becomes reality, it hasn't been perfect. Many things have been imperfect, but we have achieved a lot. Many hundreds or thousands of millions of dollars have been spent in implementing those action lines. Many thousands of hours have been spent in discussing, in exchanging, in networking. So there's something that became reality from the ideas that were discussed in 2003 and 2005. Now we have the challenge of a newer kid on the block, the Global Digital Compact, which brings some important impulses on data governance, AI governance, on human rights online, on also what connectivity means today. And we have to look how do we implement that, those new goals. And we think that if we look at the wider WSIS family, so the architecture I mentioned before, where the IGF is a part of it, we have good means to do that, but we need a serious discussion amongst all of ourselves, being able to find a positive sum game in these discussions during the so-called WSIS Plus 20 review to see how this architecture, including the IGF, can deliver on a more fairer digital present and future that addresses the needs of everybody, be it on the global north or the global south. So I think we have a good basis. We have to try to strive for consensus, for common grounds, not being too much attached to flags or to words with many connotations, but really work towards an inclusive, multi-stakeholder collaboration amongst everyone. So I hope this discussion helps in this, as 7 years ago, the IGF helped in bringing about the beginning of the Global Digital Compact process by recommending that the Secretary General should start discussion at the highest international level on the future of digital cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. The floor is open for questions. You could just make your way down. Introduce yourself, please. Go ahead.
I'm Kim from the Telecommunication Regulator Cambodia. Just a quick question, connect from the previous panel to this panel. My question to all the panelists is, how can we connect from the internet fragmentation to the internet governance? That's my short question. Thank you.
Any of the panelists wanted to take that? Okay, sorry, can you repeat the question again, please? Okay. Just give us a brief introduction of what the previous panel was, so we could make the connection.
Okay. In the previous panels, we heard a lot about the internet fragmentation, the cause and effects, and we did not really hear much about how to fix it. But so in this panel is about the internet governance. So what I want to hear is, how can the panel and this discussion, how can the panelists in this discussion connect from the internet fragmentation to the internet governance? So it seems like, how can we fix the internet fragmentation by using the internet governance? That's how I can emphasize to my question. I hope that all panelists clear with what I want to ask. Is it okay with that or not really?
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, the question is clear.
Excellent.
Thank you very much for repeating that and connecting us to the previous panel. And this is what the IGF should be about, by the way, having conversations across panels as well, not just in sessions that we are sitting in. So internet fragmentation, the way I see it, how it connects to internet governance discussions here, and generally policy discussions on digital issues, should be the way through which we actually make sure that we collaborate to avoid fragmented internet. We're all here talking about an open, interconnected, interoperable, resilient internet. If we approach these issues, the issues of the internet or the issues on the internet in silos, or we try to fix them in our own bubbles, in our national context or regional context or in our own stakeholder groups, we are already creating fragmentation. The internet is something that transcends borders, and that it's its beauty and it's, I think, the greatest challenge. We cannot address what we want the internet to look like or how the internet should work without bring the same idea of working like the internet in the governance conversations. My friend Bertrand says that, it was a quote from Kofi Annan, we need to be as innovative as the people who invented the internet if we want to have the conversations about the internet. So we need to be able, in the internet governance conversation, the digital policy conversations, to bring ideas, laws, regulations, whatever might be necessary, that connect rather than break up the various parts that we want to fix.
Yes, in addition, I think from the governance point of view, it is very important to avoid the proliferation of processes and to facilitate the integration of processes so they can work together in a synergetic way, cross-fertilizing not only policy dialogue, but also policy development towards common ends. I think the challenges that we have to face really demand all those stakeholders to work around common goals, and the proliferation of of processes, siloing of issues does not contribute to precisely providing all the necessary solutions and responses that have to be consistent in terms of the different levels that we have to address. In that sense, I think the IGF is a very unique space to precisely consolidate the conversation, the analysis, to bring together and to also identify specific key messages and recommendations that could go to the different decision-making spaces, including at national level. So in that sense, I think fragmentation could be avoided also by integrating the different processes that are relevant for the governance and the policies of the internet and digital technologies.
Yes, I think also it's one of the reasons why the IGF found it necessary to add the parliamentary and the judiciary track so that we can take from discussion into policy, bringing the policy makers, the decision makers into the conversation so that it's just not talk, that we could move it forward in this collaborative space. Thank you. Vint? Oh yes, Vint, you're online. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Carol. So far, this discussion has been extremely helpful. I just wanted to make a couple of observations that drive my conclusions. The first thing is that we've all seen the internet evolve over time. And today it does things that we weren't doing 30 years ago or 20 years ago. The important point is that the IGF needs to evolve as well, and it needs a permanent presence because the internet is not a static thing. IGF has to adapt to the internet's evolution, and so we need an IGF there at all times. It should become a permanent part of the DESA operation. It should have mainline funding at roughly $3 million a year. And we need to activate our ability to assess the state of the internet collectively. There are examples of metrics of the condition of the internet. UNESCO has its internet universality indicators, for example. We might want to work together to assemble a picture of the internet on an annual basis in order to present policymakers with a sense for where the internet is going and where there is need for additional governance activities. I would love to see us harness even more the NRIs and the annual IGF meetings and the intersessional activity in order to assess the implementation of the GDC. So we have a big opportunity, I think, as IGF to contribute to the internet's evolution and continued utility. And as many of the speakers have pointed out, the internet's fragmentation is in some ways the antithesis of its original design, which was to connect everything together. And so we have to be continually concerned about that fragmentation and abuse of the internet. We need policies and implementations that will create a safer environment and one which is more productive for everyone. So thanks so much for letting me intervene, Carol, and I'm eager to hear what others have to say.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Pardon? Tamia? Many, sorry. Can we have the podium mic, please? Okay. You want to try this side, Manny?
Is this working?
Oh,
Sorry, just to note that we have a raised hand from the audience.
Okay.
It's Muriel Alapini. If we can please give the colleague speaking rights and a camera so that they can come in and share their contribution. And just to remind, this is an open dialogue, so please feel free to come in with your thoughts in the conversations. Thank you.
Somebody online needs a mic open.
Bonjour. Hello, everybody. My name is Muriel Alapini, and I'm from Benin. Please allow me to speak French because I knew I will be a little emotional during my speech. So I will go with my native language. Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. This is Muriel Ami from Benin. I am intervening as a user of Internet. And I would like to thank each and every person present here, physically and remotely, allowing us actually to have Internet and to do whatever we are doing today. In Africa, the Internet is improving. And today, thanks to the IGF, you have no idea how many people are actually learning every day to use Internet. This is allowing them to change their lives and to have a new perspective on the world. The number of people who are participating in associations related to governance, internet governance, etc., is huge. So we reached a point today, to a culminated point, where I would like to ask you, everyone, decision makers and representatives from different stakeholders in IGF, to really look at the human side, the human beings who through internet are only thinking about the role of associations. What are these associations doing? What is the IGF doing? The government in Africa is interested in internet. This was not the case years ago. You have students, you have children, and today everyone is involved in this collaborative work. Therefore, I would like to call upon you, beside discussions and diplomacy and words, please take into consideration that the humanity today depends on this actually tool and on the work that was done by the associations in the field that are bringing a new layer to the population. And this new layer of population is interested in these issues. And the fragmentation and division should not be existent. Despite all of this, actually, we have people who are interested in internet and all relevant issues. Of course, nothing is perfect, and we need action. We need tangible actions to continue to work with you, and we hope to improve, actually, and we hope that you will be proud of us, because there will be new people contributing in your work. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Timia or Valeria, you'd want to add to the comment? No? Yes, thank you very much for your observations. And the national and regional IGFs are doing tremendous work on the ground, and that is why we can see a lot of movement and improvements, as well as the DCs, the dynamic coalitions. We have a question on the floor.
السلام عليكم. بتكلم بالعربي.
I'm gonna speak in Arabic. Engineer Haifa Shaukat, the ambassador of goodwill and peace in Yemen. We are suffering from the worst humanitarian crisis, and the internet blocked the rule of women. So what is the right procedures that we can use the internet to free and set free the detained women, and why not the international organization enhance the internet connectivity in Yemen, which suffer from the lack of information and the internet governance, and how can we protect our data and our selfies on the internet space?
Very good question there. Valeria or Tamia? Vint, any input?
I think the question, if I've understood the question correctly, how do we deal with the inequities that appear, especially in the internet environment for various groups, women, for example, children and others. As you all know, our purpose in the internet is to be an inclusive and supporting environment where everyone has useful access. The only thing that we can do is, as we see these inequities happening, is to make recommendations for more inclusive capacity, more inclusive practices. Perhaps the best way we can do that is to give examples where these problems have been addressed successfully, and to explain what went into those solutions. Some of these problems are not technical. They're social, they're economic, they're cultural. This is where we have to understand that not all of the solutions are going to admit of a technical response, which makes it all harder to address. But recognizing that these solutions require a variety of different responses across social, technical, and economic spheres, I think is an important first step.
Thanks, Vint. A question from the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Martina Legal-Malakova. I'm from Slovakia. I'm a MAG member and I represent private sector. We always see the same countries active in also digital or green transition. My question is, what is the action plan that also another countries will be active in IGF and also in implementation GDC that we will achieve our digital future human and planet centric? Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Martina, can we have the question again? Sorry.
Sorry. So my question is, what is our action plan that also another countries will be active in IGF much more, and also we will ensure that they will be active in implementation GDC, that we will reach our human and planet-centric digital future?
Just a brief response to that. As I was saying, I think the vision that the IGF is crafting for the future of the IGF also includes a set of suggested actions for the IGF community to be able to precisely shed some light in relation to how to refresh the role of the different stakeholders towards that precisely that type of digital future. So I think I could call on also again to the IGF community and the MAC to put in action some of those recommendations that I think will put us in the right track towards integrating processes and tackling the challenges that we have.
Tamia?
And I think also we need to work closer with the community that the IGF has built through the national and regional networks, but also just to all of us individuals try and connect the conversations that we have here at the IGF on the international level to the realities that matter to those countries and the stakeholders in those countries. So it's not just becomes an ivory tower of IGF conversations, but that they actually are connected to the realities. Not everything will be relevant or relevant in the same way to everybody, but I think we need to do a better job in translating what our work here means to those who are working on the ground. We cannot see the podium from up the stage here from the right, but I understand there's people on the right side. So if I can maybe ask people, I don't know, if you use the left side, I know it's a bit of a trek, but the moderator can see you. Otherwise, we can't see you because of this podium right on the side of the stage. So I'm sorry, I just realized that somebody was there. So Bruna and Bertrand are on that side, but yeah, maybe use the left side, please, because then we can see you. I'm sorry.
I just want to interject. I think from the previous speaker and Martina, I think what they're asking us is to improve our outreach, and as Tamia say, to come up with an action plan to make sure that the outcomes that we have here get some kind of traction within the countries that need it. So I think outreach, a better outreach program is required. I don't know who got to the stage first. Okay, everybody's moved to this side. So go ahead, speaker on the floor. Go ahead on the floor. Mic on the floor, please. It's on. It's on.
Okay. Thank you very much, the chair, for giving me the floor. My name is Mary Uduma. I'm from Nigeria. I coordinate the West Africa Internet Governance Forum. I'm part of the Africa Internet Governance Forum, and I have been part of the WICIS from 2005 in Tunis. The IGF has progressed. We have seen participants from government and private sector, and now we are including the parliamentarians and the judiciary. My question is, when and where will the multi-stakeholder process and the multilateral process have a handshake? Will it be the implementation of the GDC? We need that handshake. We need it to be smooth enough for us to speak from the same angle and read from the same page. Vince, you can answer this question. Thank you.
I'm sorry that I was distracted taking notes, and I'm not sure that I have the, if I was being asked to answer the question, I think I need a summary of what the question was.
Okay, can I say it again?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm asking, when and where will the multi-stakeholder process, which the IGF is, and the multilateral process, which the government, okay, where and when will it shake hand? Will have a handshake? When will it smoothing out?
Yes.
And is the GDC implementation, will it help to do this? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a wonderful formulation. Thank you for the summary and for the question. You know, I think part of the answer is right here. This is where the multilateral and the multi-stakeholder process should come together. Remember, multi-stakeholder includes government. And as Carol has pointed out, we've created tracks that include jurists and legislators and regulators to participate in the conversations. And I think you'll also notice that some of the other parts of the internet infrastructure, think about ICANN and its governmental advisory committee, we have places where these kinds of connections can be made. Even in the technical community, the Internet Engineering Task Force has government representatives showing up to consider technical matters. So your point, which I'd like to emphasize, is that we should be looking for places where the governments and the rest of the multiple stakeholders can work together. And IGF is certainly one of them, which is why I think this should become a permanent part of the UN landscape.
Thank you, Vint. I'd also like to point out that the IGF works closely with the Interparliamentary Group, and so we are handshaking in that way as well. From the floor, question? Question
Hi.
on the floor, mic, please.
Oh, now it's working. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. No, I just wanted to bring us back to the previous session because during the Policy Network for Internet Fragmentation session, we discussed specifically Article 29C from the GDC and asked everyone really a question as to how other stakeholder groups besides governments would think we could act and work together in order to implement, and not just implement, but also analyze and maybe even establish KPIs for analyzing the implementation of the GDC. And I think, to be honest, this is the main question in the room, right? The Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact were merely member states related processes, right? And we still have a lot of questions in the open as to how the GDC communicates with the WSIS plus 20 process, what's the role of the IGF, and how can we help steer this process. And maybe looking into next year, it would be really important for us to come to Norway or come to the Norway preparation, living here as well with a very clear picture as to how the IGF should help in these discussions and perhaps develop our own sort of KPIs together with the São Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines to analyze how both processes will go and how can we improve this space as well. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Very good input there. Anybody online? I see Nigel Hickson. So we'll take one from on the online. Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, yes, and good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Clearly.
Thank you. I wish I was there with you. I'm Nigel Hickson. I work for the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology on internet governance issues, and I think this has been a really inspiring discussion. And I think that the questions we had earlier on what the IGF can do for marginalised constituencies and marginalised people is just so important, because if the Internet Governance Forum and other bodies cannot work to, if you like, improve processes and to capacity build in different countries, then I really do think we've lost an opportunity. And I think my good friend Mary from Nigeria, put a finger on it earlier, in that we have to, if you like, work together as governments in these processes. Often the multi-stakeholder and multilateral words are conflated, and what really matters is not the terminology, it's the ability of people to work together and to cooperate and to coordinate. And in that spirit, just two remarks on what the IGF can perhaps do better. I think what it can do better is not just, if you like, having topics to discuss, which is important, of course. It's important that we discuss AI, it's important that we discuss new and emerging technologies, but it's also critical that we help communities in their capacity building. And there I think the IGF could do a lot more. We could respond to the comments and the needs and the messages we get through the NRI network, and we could respond at the IGFs to a certain amount of capacity building, case studies where people have in other countries solved problems that countries still have with connection, with competition, in competition policy, and many other issues where we could perhaps do more to enable people to get online in an affordable way. So I do think there's more we can do, and we look forward, of course, to the mandate being renewed of the IGF, which will give it new spirit, which will give it new dynamic, to work on these critical issues. So thanks for this panel. It was really great. Carol, you're an inspiration, as always.
Thank you very much, Nigel. We'll just take one more question in this segment. And, oh, sorry, I want to make it equal, so we'll do Nima and then one more from the floor. Naima? Oh, sorry, I think I pronounced your name wrong. Yes, I can't see that well from this side. Nema, go ahead. Remember, 2 minutes, please. Nema? Or Nana?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Nana, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This has been a very interesting one. I had to wake up early to follow. Following up from Vince's point that internet fragmentation is not just technical, and Mary's point on shaking hands, I'd like to bring, going forward, because that's why we're here on this session, the importance of internet governance schools. The IG schools are very critical in building capacity on one end, but also inducting people into the multi-stakeholder model of governance, not just on internet governance. And that's why I'm very happy that we have the judiciary joining us after the parliamentarians. I believe that for those of us who are faculty, we have seen that those stakeholders, individuals from whatever stakeholder group they've come from, who've gone through the internet governance schools, are more holistic in their approach. We've been in this for, I think the IG schools have been around for 12, 15 years, and I believe that there is a generation from the internet governance schools, from the Diplo graduates who are now the decision makers. And I'd like to put it on our table that as we renew the mandate, and by the way, I applaud the support of the UK government to have this as a permanent mandate. I believe that while we either renew or make it permanent, that we pay close attention to the schools, because this is where the national and regional initiatives actually come together. The schools are born by NRIs. The schools help induct people into the multi-stakeholder framework. The schools help us to raise holistic stakeholders into this, and they are more engaged because they've coming through the right way. So I just want to lay this on our tables, pay homage to all of those who've been from the WISIS era, but encourage the newer generation like Muriel and the younger ones who come after us. So there is the Vincent's generation, there is the Nena generation, there is the Muriel generation. And I believe that as we work together to build more, the schools are critical. And like Mandela says, education is still the strongest weapon we have for development. And it implies in the IG section that educating IG schools may be our greatest weapon to ensuring multi-stakeholder and a united global digital community. My name is Nena. I come from the internet, and it's been an honor following every step of the way from here in Abidjan. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Nena. We'll have one last question from the floor. We do have another segment to get into, another exciting one. So, last question from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for making this a real interactive session. And apologies for my martini voice, which is a strange thing to have in Saudi Arabia. My name is Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network. Like Jorge, I was in the WISIS when people who were extremely innovative, including Nitin Desai, and Marcus Kummer, created the innovation that is the IGF on which we continue to run. The IGF has developed added innovations as well, and one of the most important is the creation of the national and regional IGFs, which came up, bottom up, the way they should be. The key problem we have today is that the IGF is caught in a catch-22 situation. it doesn't have the resources to fulfill all its potential, and it cannot get the resources unless it charts a vision of what it wants to achieve and what is the potential it wants to accomplish. We have the WSIS plus 20 review process. And what I'm going to say is not the only thing that we should discuss at the WSIS plus 20 review. There are many other topics, and Jorge mentioned them among the others. But there's one thing that we should definitely put on the agenda as quickly as possible, is beyond the prolongation or the permanent nature of the mandate or the existence of the IGF. We need to seriously discuss the revision of its mandate and the improvement of its institutional structure. I do not know how to do it. I may have ideas, others may have ideas. We will have to discuss this during that period. But the suggestion I'm making is that we ask and we collectively launch a consultation to all the national and regional IGFs in the perspective of the IGF in Norway in June next year and beyond, to ask at least to all of them this question, maybe others, but this question: how do you see the improvements, the new mandate for the IGF, how to improve its institutional structure, and most importantly, how should we discuss this? Should we have a new WIGIG? Should we have another group? Should we have something more than all the reviews that have already been made? But this question of the new mandate is more important than just the question of reconduction. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very good opportunity to invite persons to go onto the IGF website and to review the vision document that the Working Group on Strategy produced and the MAG has given a nod to, and it gives an outline to much of what was said just now with regards to a way forward. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Benga. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you, Timia. Thank you, Valeria. I think that was a good one. Now we, of course, I will say thank you to Christine. Christine is with us online. Thank you for being patient. But the first conversation then feeds into the second. And thanks, Curtis, for being patient. Now we will move to have a conversation on two specific areas. One is, how do we enhance the IGF within the WSIS architecture? And the other, which a few people had actually, hinted on as we were getting comments and questions, is on the institutional improvement of the IGF. We're talking about a renewal of the mandate, making it permanent, but what will that look like institutionally? And so I have two questions for both Christine and Curtis. And these two questions, you could decide to answer just one, or take one of the questions, or both. And the first is, how does the IGF currently fit into the structure of implementing the WSIS outcomes? And what role should the IGF play as we approach WSIS plus 20 review and beyond? That's the first question. And the second is, taking into account all the contributions of the IGF over the last 19 years from all stakeholders, and the role of the IGF within the UN ecosystem, what do you consider the key priorities that we should focus on strengthening the IGF in terms of institutional and other areas? I guess we can start with Christine, whose mic is already ready to go.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Maybe I should start my intervention by congratulating the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for such a successful and great IGF. Even if I'm participating online, it's obvious and clear, and I'm really proud that the IGF is again in the Arab region. Also, let me say that I very much appreciate the opportunity to join this session, and I really thank the MAG for organizing this timely discussion on the future of the IGF and how to continue to empower its role in the digital governance space. I think I need to begin, like all the other people who talked in the session before me, to acknowledge the long-standing contribution the IGF has had to the internet governance space. It has evolved into this unique platform that we all cherish because it is providing open dialogue for everyone on equal footing. But not only that, it's also this space where emerging policy challenges have arisen in a bottom-up manner and are being analyzed, discussed in a multi-stakeholder setup, and where in-depth policy options are developed and put forward to the wider community. I think we all appreciate that very much, and I've been long enough in there to see that as well. So it's the time now to look at the future and address the gaps in order to advance the IGF's mandate within the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 review. And I really like the interventions that were made by all the different participants from the floor, how we have to look at that. I particularly like Bertrand's intervention that we really should look at the how, not just at the renewal, but at what should we be doing to continue to build on this unique role. So I would like in my intervention to focus on three main points, which I believe, in my view, are critical to the empowerment of the IGF moving forward, and they are, in my view, all equally important, no particular order. So number one, and this was mentioned also by others, is the extended network of national, regional, and youth IGFs. I think this grassroots network of NRIs, which has grown organically over the years, reflects the specific divergence of the IGF community. NRIs reach to their communities, to their multi-stakeholder communities, and they're so well positioned to reach out to policy-making bodies, and I say not only policymakers, but also policy-making bodies within their respective territories and regions. And therefore, I think they can they are really well aligned with the WSIS. They have put the IGF well aligned with the WSIS vision to be people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented, and they provide a source of innovation. We've seen so many different modalities, emerging policy topics, and different output shapes come out innovatively from NRIs and being injected into the global IGF. So I think we would be losing a lot if we do not leverage the NRI's extended network ahead of the WSIS Plus 20 review to shape up the renewed mandate of the IGF. I think this is where we should look, this is where we should have the discussions, and then we should have a coordinated work that would come through the NRIs to identify the gaps and put in directions for evolution and development, possibly at the upcoming IGF in Norway. The second point I want to tackle is the importance of creating linkages and building channels beyond the IGF community. The IGF has 20 years of policy dialogue wisdom, and it is a cornerstone of the digital governance landscape, with no doubt. But it is also one component of the bigger WSIS family. Jorge talked about that. It has its unique role, which complements the action line facilitators, the program's monitoring forums, or even intergovernmental discussion venues. But with that holistic view in mind, I think we should really look at that there is no dichotomy between internet governance and digital governance. The mandate of the IGF has been so broad that it has really put forward all the rapidly evolving challenges of digital policies. This is clearly visible in the agenda over the past years, in its intersessional work, and also in the wealth of output it produces. I think what we're missing, or what we need to do more, and this has been said, is how to communicate this more effectively and efficiently beyond the IGF's own community. And in order to do that, linkages need to be made, more institutional coordination needs to be made, and to do that, we need adequate and efficient resourcing and institutionalization of the IGF, which is also imperative if the IGF would play the role we wanted to play in the implementation and the follow-up of the GTC. My third and last point is about the role of the IGF in inspiring multilateral processes and helping them involve in the spirit of multi-stakeholder principles. The Net Mondial Plus 10 multi-stakeholder statement talks about the importance of including stakeholder voices in multilateral and decision-making processes. And that is important. Why? Because without that, we wouldn't have effective solutions to challenges that we face, and solutions would be implementable without that. So the IGF has the beauty of both worlds. It is the innovative kid on the block, the innovative multi-stakeholder process within the multilateral UN system, and so best fitted to address the gap between discussion and action, between dialogue and recommendations. Therefore, I think the IGF should dedicate a track not only at the global, not only at the annual event, but also intersessionally, also within NRIs, to pull, analyze, and help evolve the different flavors of multi-stakeholder approaches that there are out there, and then echo them to inspire multilateral processes. And obviously, the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines would serve well in that respect. To that end, I think we should formalize the IGF evolution in order to give room for ongoing and continuous innovation and experimentation within the IGF framework. We should be bold enough to harness its potential to deliver actionable and tangible outcomes, such as evidence-based policy recommendations or policy test beds, for example. And finally, I think we should be really mindful of the growing, increasingly fragmented digital governance ecosystem and make sure the IGF plays the role we want it to play in the coordination of this space by providing cohesion and inclusive and diverse participation of stakeholders, especially from developing countries and the Global South. With that, I go back to you, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Christian. Curtis, I'll come to you now.
Thank you. I'd also like to start by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a very successful hosted IGF. You asked the question, what does the IGF fit into the current institutional structure that was of the WSIS outcomes? And the IGF is really the central to the WSIS framework and to the WSIS internet governance. WSIS recognized that the multi-stakeholder collaborative effort and collaboration is a requirement or necessity for successfully implementing the goals from the WSIS process. And in that spirit, the UN and the UN Secretary General established the IGF as the platform to facilitate the interrelated public policy discussions. And in this space that the multi-stakeholder approach, which is very core to the WSIS outcomes, actually is brought to life and becomes concrete, right? And for the last 19 years, the IGF has provided this platform for governments, civil society, business, academia, and the technical community to engage with each other in these open discussions that we're having here and have had for the last 19 years, and on internet governance and the future of the internet. And the real value in this is this fostering this dialogue and building consensus on these topics that then shapes the narratives and inform policy making at national and international levels as we go forward. And as we come to the WSIS Plus 20, and I think IGF is going to have, in order to remain relevant, I mean, the world around us is changing as well. It's not a static world. We're not in the same world as we were 19 years ago. IGF really need to change to facilitate the new discussions and amplify to the decision makers, and there's a real outcome that the discussions here is taken away. IGF should continue to strengthen partnerships with other UN agencies and topical and specialist agencies and their processes. And there is really a need for the coordinated global governance more than ever before. As again, the world has evolved on from the 19 years ago when we came together in Tunis. And the IGF really already was recognized in the GDC as the primary multi-stakeholder platform for discussion of internet governance issues. And we really should make sure that we don't undermine that role and the importance as expressed in the GDC, right? Your second question was about the substantive contribution by the IGF in 19 years, right? And I think there's three key areas to focus on. Is to strengthen the outputs, The IGF has been exceptionally effective in generating rich and meaningful discussions on a wide range of topics relating to internet governance. But we need those discussions to translate into tangible and actionable outcomes that, as I said, we can take with us and bring back into policy setting discussions. And this should also help to bring impact in bridging the digital divide, as we heard in some of the questions in the previous session, and make sure it helps also to connecting the unconnected people. The second key area is to enhance inclusivity. That was also a topic of the previous session, or the previous part. And really need to bring in more voices, especially from the global south, into the discussions. The youth and marginalized communities. I mean, that was, I think, 2 or 3 of the questions or points made earlier. Completely agree with that. There is a diversity of perspectives here that makes the IGF quite unique. Again, is one of the outcomes of the multi-stakeholder process, right? That's why we're here. And it's really important that those unique perspectives are shared with these underrepresented regions, that they are heard in this and brought into these discussions. So make sure we really have the broad stakeholder base that we can have in the multi-stakeholder process. And I think it's also important to say that representation matters because the governance framework we have and that we're striving to really must reflect realities and needs of all the internet users all around the world in order to make this also have confidence in the process. And the last area is to adapt to new challenges. IGF has evolved over the years. It's not the same IGF as 18 years ago. So there has been an evolution. There are new challenges, new topics, and this has really been the platform for this multi-stakeholder process and participation to discuss around these emerging technologies and emerging challenges and policy challenges. We need to ensure that we continue to bring that in, right, and to adopt to that. And if we don't address these priorities, I think the IGF has a risk of losing a bit of maybe credibility, but also relevance, right? That there is a risk that's undermined. And last, of course, there is also geopolitical issues that could deepen the global divides, and we had to be very careful to also address that and provide a platform for that to ensure that we have, as Vin talked about, the continued unified and open internet that's globally reachable. That's a very important part, as we heard in the previous session as well.
Thank you, Curtis. And the interesting thing is you've both emphasized the role of the multi-stakeholder nature of the IGF and the lessons we've learned and how that helps with a lot of diversity. We will come to the room now. This room is full of experts, and I'm sure that we will benefit from the contributions and conversation. I will invite, to get us started on this, I'm sure we have Juan in the room to get us started on these twin questions. First of all, what is the role of the IGF within the WSIS framework? And secondly, how do we work on improving this in terms of improving the institutionalization of the IGF as we go into the next phase of the work?
Good morning. I've been asked to motivate the audience for this second round of interactions and questions and ideas. But in order to motivate the audience, I need to know the audience. I will introduce myself, and if you allow me, I will ask just a couple of questions to try to feel the audience. My name is Juan Fernandez. I'm from the Ministry of Communications of Cuba. That means that I represent government. And here there are different stakeholders. So my first question, I rather, with that light in my face, I don't see, I will move over there. Well, maybe I will take the microphone so I can move freely. I will ask, can you please raise your hand, those in the audience that represent government stakeholders? As usual, a minority here. And please, can you raise your hand, the members that represent civil society? Yeah, more or less the same. And private sector companies? Well, and the fourth is the technical community. More or less the same. It's more or less an equal distribution. So thank you very much. And my second question, for whom of you this is the first IGF? Who repeats, who is the second? And more than two? No, the majority. So we have a very faithful community, Carl, that keeps them coming. And so to give pass the floor to you to ask the questions, I just want to elaborate on that. In my view, you know, as I said, I was government. I was in Tunis when the IGF was agreed, you know, the proposal to have an IGF. And I'm going to be very honest to you. In that moment, I really did not understand why we needed a new fora that, you know, we have a very tight schedule all the year. So I really was a little bit skeptical about the IGF. But you know what? After the years has passed and the IGF has evolved to what is now, that is not only a yearly meeting, but we have all these national and regional IGF. We have a lot of intersessional things that are going on, dynamic coalitions, best practice forum that are going and working all the year around, and voluntarily by people that are really interested in this thing. So it really, you know, I fell in love with the IGF, and that's why I'm here now. So I think that the IGF has this unique characteristic that among all the fora in the UN system and maybe beyond, that the program and the issues discussed are proposed by you, by the community that comes to the IGF. The topics of the workshops, even the main themes in every year is selected by consultation from a bottom-up consultation. So I think this is the beauty of the IGF. And now that we have reached the 20th anniversary next year, and there's a big question to the international community whether the IGF should continue or not, I would like to ask you a very concrete question. What would you say to the officials that are considering whether to recommend if the IGF should continue or not? What would you say to them? And with that, I open the floor to answer this one question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think that was a good opener for this second segment of questions. And I'm sure you give some work to the cameraman there. All right, I see we have a queue already. Please be reminded, we've got 2 minutes for each speaker, preferably answering the question of how do we institutionalize the IGF within the framework of WSIS Plus 20, and we'll focus on this second segment. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Manal Abdesamad from Lebanon. I'm public policy advisor based here in Riyadh. This is my first IGF. I have 2 viewpoints that focus on 2 key ideas. First of all, I believe that IGF should focus on balancing innovation with inclusivity, with privacy, with equitable access to all, especially and particularly for the underserved communities and the vulnerable people. And secondly, the major question and the major viewpoint is IGF after 19 years, why it isn't generating outcomes and recommendations. We know very well that having this open-ended, this continuous dialogue without tangible recommendations can lead to nothing and can risk impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have if there's anyone to my right, I can't see you. Okay, there's no one. Okay, so thank you so much. Everyone is using the left. Please go ahead. The next comment.
My name is Khalid Fattal Khalid. First of all, hello, Vint. I'm sure we're keeping you up late. This is Khalid speaking, and hello, Christine. These are colleagues from the days when I refer to the days of when dinosaurs roamed before the IGF. So I can't remember, I don't know who the person who was speaking earlier also, I was also there when IGF was created. One of the things I want to point out, and taking away the question of what do we do next, IGF is, by next IGF, we no longer are a teenager. So we won't have the excuse of still experimenting. With the advent of technology, the advent of the ability of AI to crack so much of the, democratize the risks through cyber, through the internet, to society all over the world, it is imperative, and I think I will draw on the question from the last intervention. We must find a way, and I've been saying this for many years, Vint, if you recall, we must find a way of making conclusions so that we serve society. Both of us, you and I, we have had this journey for a long time to try and make the internet a better place, not the OK Corral that it is today. So I think we need to really get out of our comfort zone. Without getting out of comfort zone, we will continue, unfortunately, to remain a talking shop, and that in itself isn't sufficient to come up with answers. Because today, just by doing this and the leveraging of AI, a 15-year-old could shut down a city and a country. And I'm speaking now as an expert in the space of cyber. So I think we need to get out of comfort zone and find a way forward, and perhaps be more creative in what we need to do moving forward. Otherwise, where's the ICANN CEO? He made a comment earlier on in his presentation, was very, very vital. We risk losing value and losing our raison d'etre. My 2 cents. And I want to see this succeed, because this is also my baby, just like it's yours, Vint.
Thank you. So I'll go online. I see 2 hands. I see Nena from the internet and Vint. So I'll take Nena, and then we'll have Vint, and then I'll come back offline or on-site. Nena. Okay. If Nena is not ready, we can take Vint. And when she's ready, I'm sure I'll see that on the screen. Vint, please.
I just wanted to respond to Khaled's question. Of course, the IGF can't possibly solve all problems. And so my recommendation in response to what should we do is to focus not only on the problems, which we talk a lot about, but also where they could be addressed. So IGF should not necessarily in itself try to solve problems, all of them. Some of it surely can make strong and evidence-based recommendations for. But one of the strongest things we can do is to formulate the problem or the question, and then suggest where that question should be addressed.
Okay, thank you, Vint. Nena, are you ready, or should I go?
Yes, I am. I needed to be unmuted. Thank you, Benga. I want to speak to the questions that were asked. What am I going to tell someone are the reasons we should make the IGF permanent or renew its mandate? I have 7 reasons. The first is that this is one true global multi-stakeholder instance that we have in governance, whether it is internet or otherwise. So I think that is one reason to preserve the multi-stakeholder model. The second is that we have global instances. We have the global, we have the regional, we have the national, we have sub-regional, and I don't know of any other instance so far that we have all of those instances. So I think that is one reason to keep the IGF. The IGF is an instance that does not heavily depend on the UN for its financing. It's very cheap, by the way, to have these conversations, to have these convenings. So it does not heavily depend on the UN and its finances. I earlier talked about the internet governance schools. The IGF allows us to have education that is capacity building packaged into it. So I believe it's a holistic governance capacity building package that is built into the IGF. There is also the cost of changing what we have now. We don't have any other thing, it is true, but what is the cost of abandoning it to seek for something else? I think that that cost is way more. And finally, I think that the IGF, because of the instances that we have, because of its nature, because of what it already gives us, is a great place to serve the GDC, which is what we're working on now. So I believe that as a vehicle, as an implementation vehicle, as a Broadway, and as a leeway, as an avenue for the GDC, the IGF, it's a great place.
Thank you.
Please, one thing, emerging technologies. 10 years ago, we used the word emerging technologies generally. But now I think that in the past few years, the AI has come into force. There will be more in the future. And I think that the IGF space is a good place for us to have conversations on emerging technologies. My name is Nena. I come from the internet, and I think this will be my last intervention for the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nena.
I will speak in French. Can I?
Proceed, please.
Go ahead. My name is Costin Amesan. I come from Benin, from the Ministry of Economy and Finance. We had a great session, but I would like to ask about the repercussions. We, in 2003 and 2005, put with the Society of Information and Technology new measures. Why don't we change the paradigm to become an entity of observation and allow each stakeholder from this private sector to actually take part? Each can actually participate and bring his expertise, progress, and say whether this is doable or not. Why do we, how about internet belonging to everyone? And what do you think about this new idea that I brought?
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Israel Rosas from the Internet Society. First of all, I also want to thank you for organizing this session in this format. I think it's part of the value of the IGF. One of the contentious topics is whether the IGF provides tangible outcomes. And I think that this community should think about how to increase the visibility of the partnerships that the NRIs are promoting and using at the national and regional level, because that's where the multi-stakeholder model translates into tangible, concrete outcomes that benefit people, where all stakeholders can participate and create concrete solutions in benefit of people. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 comments online, and I see, we'll close the queue now because of time, and we have 4 people. So let's have 2 more comments in the room. We'll take 2 comments online, and we'll come back to the 2 last comments in the room. And at this point, if you could help me spend a minute, I'll get to everyone, I promise. If you spend a minute, I'll get to everyone.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. My name is Annalise Williams. I'm part of the technical community, and I'm very involved in Australia's national IGF. I moderated a session yesterday on evolving the IGF that generated many ideas that will be put forward in the session report, but just briefly, they included closer engagement with the NRIs and incorporating national and regional discussions into the program of the global IGF in a more coordinated way, and perhaps looking back some sort of compendium over the 19 years of the IGF and its achievements and outcomes and the things that have been discussed here. In response to the question about what we would say to decision makers, the DNS Research Federation report on the IGF's achievements said if the IGF didn't exist, we'd have to create it. But the IGF does exist, it's very valuable. I think it should continue and its mandate should be permanent. And I think we can perhaps think about how we how the IGF works in accordance with its Tunis, the mandate in its Tunis agenda in relation to identifying emergent issues and bringing them to the attention of relevant bodies and the general public, and where appropriate, making recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next comment from the room.
Thank you very much. I will try to spend a minute. My name is Ntati Morosi. I am the Minister of ICT, Science and Innovation from Lesotho. I've been sitting here, this is the first time I attend IGF, and I must say it's a very good forum because it brings everyone to the table. But I've been really bugged by the objective of IGF regarding leaving no one behind, regarding inclusivity, and looking at the challenges that I shared when I was at the panel about some of the challenges that we have in Africa regarding inclusivity, especially the price of the gadgets, the price of the data. As governments, we've done a lot to connect people with the infrastructure, but a lot of people are not connected to internet because of the gadgets. I think it's about time we ask IGF to have a special forum with the private sector to come up with solutions for us regarding some of these special challenges. And maybe the IGF to track all the countries to see how we are doing from time to time in the objective of bringing everyone and inclusivity and leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Anup and one other and online. Can we take those two comments?
Hey, thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. So I would just like to stand with my views that I stand in solidarity with IGF to continue from a personal perspective. Further room should be made for the innovations and inclusions and widely reaching to righteous societies, even like the social societies and civil societies and people of the world for better governance forum and interaction. So I believe that IGF has the whole potential to reach to the grassroots levels. Even I was attending the cybersecurity meeting today, and there also we spoke about that how IGF can reach up to the marginalized society and help the unlearned people to learn about the perspective of internet governance forums. And thus, I would also like to say governance and system rethinking is crucial with evolving nature of technology. And thus, I also discovered the Digital Peace Day, which I would like to celebrate with IGF further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one other participant online who, please go ahead, unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Consulate. Yeah, thank you very much, Benga. Consulate here speaking for the record. I just want to say that when we look at the role the IGF has played in terms of the national and regional initiatives, we'll discover that even though it's not a decision-making body, it has accelerated policy development and implementations, especially in the global south, especially in terms of bridging the digital divide. And that is a key aspect I think the IGF should continue. When we look at the recent soft pacts for the future document, you will discover that Action 27, Part 2 in emerging technologies fits into this purpose, and the IGF can play a role. The whole of Section 3 of that soft pact of the future document is another initiative, is another aspect at national and regional levels that the IGF can help to make a difference. And we can only look well at policy implementations through our various digital economy ministries to see the effect what the IGF has done. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Ponslate. We've got two last comments in the room, please. Proceed.
Hello, I'm Artyom Gareno from Kyrgyzstan, Central Asian IGF. So a couple of thoughts. One is about names. Like within IGF, we discuss many topics that are far beyond from like internet itself, and probably the name like Digital Governance Forum would be more appropriate. That's about the names, okay. Another thing that's, so I'm personally tired of words like ensure and recommend, and I would go for some like implement. And on a NRI level, we feel some lack of the capabilities of current mandate of the IGF, and we need some institutionalization of NRI, of course, and I would be glad if this will be accounted in the discussion of the current mandate of IGF. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final comment for this session.
Thank you so much. I'm Ahmed Farag, Chair of the North African IGF, and allow me to make my intervention in Arabic.
The NRIs, as well as the youth forums on internet governance over the past years in an excellent manner as much as was possible, and they are continuously evolving. And we are at the North Africa Internet Governance seek to seek more coordination between the various parties, specifically youth and women. And we were keen during the last session on inviting the physically challenged as well. We have communicated with the national entities relevant in that regard in order to ensure their participation in the forum and the training course that took place in Mauritania last month. My question, as we are addressing the future of the internet governance and in light of the limited budgets, are there any future plans to support the work of these forums in the international forums?
Thank you so much. I'm sure if we did a word map of this session, one huge one will be NRIs, and I think that is really critical. Let me give our panelists the chance in 2 minutes each to give us what would be your last word and ask a recommendation or a best practice that you see in these conversations that we've had. Let me start with you, Timia, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Benga. I'll try to be brief in how to respond to a very large question and to the very rich discussion that we've had today. And I want to go to the comment that Mary raised, our friend from Nigeria, about how multi-stakeholder and multilateral need to shake hands. I don't think they only need to shake hands. I need to think they need to hold hands and go along the road together. It's not an either or. And I think it's about time that we've realized that. We don't need to be married to words. It's not something that we say this word or the other and we've solved the issue. We do need to think about implementation. And I think the implementation is bringing these two ideas into one governance conversation where we truly have everybody at the table and make recommendations together that resonate with the local realities. And that can only happen if we have governments, businesses, civil society, the technical community, academics, all around the table that bring their own perspectives. It's not about everybody having a vote or everybody negotiating an outcome, but everybody having a voice, and for that voice to actually be heard and having a dialogue. And that is what I mean by multi-stakeholder and multilateral needing to hold hands as we move along the WSIS road together.
I like the picture I'm seeing there. They shouldn't just shake hands. We need to hold hands and maybe take a walk. Valeria.
Yes, I cannot agree more with Timea. And I could say that the IGF has to also strengthen its capacity to not only produce messages, but to communicate those messages to the relevant policy-making spaces. I think that's essential. Having the messages obviously is necessary, but the IGF has to strategically identify the different spaces and processes and forums where to take those messages and shape and help shaping the decisions. For instance, around what is being decided at the moment around artificial intelligence governance or data governance, and this should also include the national level processes. So in that sense, I think the ability to also communicate and connect with governments is something that has to be strengthened. In other words, interfacing with the governments, interfacing with decision-making spaces, intergovernmental processes is key, and the IGF should continue to evolve in that direction.
Thank you so much. Codis?
With the risk of taking the analogy slightly too far, but I don't think they just need to hold hands. I think they need to dance together, because they are very much linked and intertwined. Because the IGF is uniquely positioned within the WSIS framework and the UN and the UN ecosystem. I don't think there's a going back on that, right? Even if the format. And I think it's one of the few spaces, again, where all the stakeholders can really come together and they can tackle complexities of internet governance. But as I said in my intervention, to fulfill this potential, it also needs to adapt, right? We need to evolve it. It needs to, as we heard from the speakers, really focus on outputs that we can translate into actions. And it has to be a platform that's truly inclusive. We need to expand on this. And the process has to be flexible enough to address the challenges that's coming. Again, the space isn't static. We're not back to 19 years ago.
Thank you so much. Christine.
Thank you. I think I want to echo what the Minister of Lesotho said, because I know we've had at the IGF for years and years so many discussions about meaningful access, about connecting the next billions, and the points that were raised by Her Excellency the Minister are points that were really mentioned in all those discussions in that dialogue. So to echo what every second person in the session has been saying, it's about having more actions, having more recommendations, having linkages to governments. I think we just need to move with the IGF to the next phase. We need to figure out how we can use the potential that the IGF has in its current mandate, even to deliver on tangible outcomes. And we need to innovate to do that, innovate in terms of frameworks, in terms of modalities. And again, the second point that I want to say is about the NRIs. I think there's so much has been said about the NRIs in this session. We need to capture that and move towards implementing it. And I will bring an example from my region, the Arab region. We just had a collaborative session of different national and regional and sub-regional IGFs just a few weeks ago. And one of the recommendations that came out of that session was that our collective NRI experience should inspire decision-making and multilateral and intergovernmental processes within the region. I think we should encourage that in various regions as well and move on the global level to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vint, you're literally next to Christine on the big screen in this main room. So your closing thoughts.
Oh my. Well, let me just be very brief and say that in this session and in the other sessions that I've attended, I reached the conclusion that IGF should become a permanent operation within the UN context, and that we should work towards that outcome as we prepare for the IGF meeting in Norway and the subsequent WSIS plus 20. I think Bertrand makes the good point that we should consider moving in that direction by laying out what issues we should be addressing and how we should address them. keep in mind that the IGF and the NRIs are not the only place where solutions might be found. So let's be expansive as we think about problem formulation. Let's think about where those problems could best be addressed. This has been a very stimulating session. I took a lot of notes, and I'm looking forward to the closing session coming up later today.
Thank you, Vint. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Cortez. Thank you, Valeria. Thank you, Timia. And of course, thank you, Carol. I guess this literally brings us to the end of this session, but I see your mic, so
Yes.
something is coming.
Sorry, so I'm going to take 15 seconds. I think as Mike Chair, this is my takeaway and something that we will bring to the Secretariat, the strengthening of partnerships with other UN agencies, strengthening of partnerships with private sector and business community, and the handshakes and the hand-holding. We need more of that. We've started with the Interparliamentary Union. I think there's also something similar with the diplomatic corps or state missions. So I think we probably could extend that. And we must improve engagement and outreach with the underserved. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for this fantastic session.
And thank you to everyone who took the mic and to everyone in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone.
Bonjour et bienvenue à tous. Merci de nous avoir attendus jusqu'à maintenant. Voici la dernière initiative sur la jeunesse, le rôle croissant des IRN. Je m'appelle Jennifer Chon. Je suis secrétaire du Forum d'Asie et d'Afrique. J'ai l'honneur de modérer cette session. Le développement, l'évolution de la gouvernance de l'Internet et du modèle multipartite a été marqué par des processus et des initiatives importantes telles que le net mondial et le pacte numérique mondial. Tous ces efforts ont joué un rôle crucial dans la définition de la gouvernance de l'Internet et du numérique en général, en favorisant la collaboration entre les diverses parties prenantes et en promouvant le modèle multipartite. Bien que les impacts au niveau local puissent être moins visibles à l'échelle mondiale, ils n'en sont pas moins importants. Les communautés locales connaissent des changements dans la qualité de l'engagement multipartite et la mise en œuvre du modèle. Ces changements au niveau local sont essentiels pour l'efficacité globale et l'inclusivité de la gouvernance mondiale.
At the local level are essential for the overall effectiveness and continuous adaptation and improvement and evolution in the multi-stakeholder practices as we know it. Through exchanges in the community, we have gathered over 174 national regional initiatives. This panel will address the pivotal discourse that happened at these local grassroots level and how this has shaped the evolution of internet governance and the multi-stakeholder model. We have with us here an illustrious panel and more online and in the room as well, who will bring you through all of the good discourses by each region, by each initiative. A little bit of housekeeping. Of course, with the diversity of our panelists and also speakers, please do remember to use your headset. I will now turn to our first esteemed speaker. I'll give you a moment to put on your headset. From the home region that we are here, in the MENA region, I'm honored to introduce Mr. Shafiq Chaya, chair of the Lebanon IGF and also part of Arab IGF. In the 20 years of WSIS, where do we stand with respect to internet governance processes and the multi-stakeholder approach?
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Good afternoon. So I'll speak in Arabic. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace and blessing be upon you. I'm honored to be part of this discussion today and to share with you the important role played by the national and regional initiatives, NRIs, in discussing the governance, intergovernance in the MENA region. This is not just narrative about governance. It is a transformation story and development story where the MENA region is witnessing notable transformation from conventional governance into more multi-stakeholders governance model should focus on the conclusiveness and flexibility and cooperation. The global WSIS has laid the foundation through the governance principles of multi-stakeholder, and the different national initiatives and regional initiatives has localized these principles and harmonized it to fit with the needs of the region. This region did not just adopt these frameworks, rather it has innovated to cope and to amend it according to the needs of our communities. What really inspires us today is that how this dealing between the conventional models and the multi-stakeholder model became major features of such transformation, such increasing momentum within these governance processes and the United Nations to achieve the balance between two approaches, encourage the stakeholders to adopt innovative governance models, which such powers are not competing anymore. They are integrating and complementing each other. These national initiatives and regional initiatives became major pillars in this process, whereby it plays the bridge which links between the different dialogues, multi-stakeholder dialogues, and the high-level decisions-making process, and this initiative contributes to empower the stakeholders, including the governments, technical community, private sector, academia, civil society, to work effectively to address the national priorities and regional priorities and to achieve the joint and the common goals. The increasing amount of these national and regional initiatives in this region, such as Lebanon Internet Governance Forum and the Arab Governance Forum, or North Africa for Internet Governance Forum, and many others, reflects the concern by the stakeholders to promote comprehensive and cooperative governance. Today, we will come including the Saudi Internet Governance Forum as a new national initiative which gives more momentum to these different initiatives and promote and push forward the common regional priorities forward. However, such initiatives, national initiatives and regional initiatives, does not work in isolation or in silos. They are complementing initiatives from different stakeholders, such as the activities by the tech community, which are represented by the RBCC, ICANN, and ISOC. There are, for example, a group of network operators in the MENOC, and we have the Middle East School for MESEC, and we have meetings, roundtable meetings, government roundtable meetings, and the programs designed for the countries according to their needs, and many other initiatives. All brings together the stakeholders to build the capacities through providing the technical expertise and exchange of knowledge. And such activities ensures the integration of technical aspects and operational aspects of the Internet within the global and with the wide discussion about the Internet governance, which promote the ecosystem of the Internet. At the end, while we are looking forward within the 20 years since the organization of the first OASIS, we can today see the progress achieved so far. However, we are still at the beginning of the road to build a framework for the Internet governance that will be flexible, resilient, inclusive, and ready for the requirements of our digital future. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Shafiq. It is so heartening to know that we have now the Saudi Arabia IGF and so much more coming in this MENA region. I think it's doing a lot to bring the discourse together, bringing the framework together collaboratively, and of course, congratulations again for that. It is so important for us to remember this is a region that has a lot to offer, a lot of knowledge, a lot of expertise, and the issues crucial to this region can be solved with all these discussions in a multi-stakeholder manner and going forward inside that kind of framework as well. I'd like to turn now to the Europe region. It's my honor to introduce Mr. Giacomo Mazzone, part of the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, EuroDig, and also Italian IGF. I know currently we have an ongoing targeted consultation on internet governance targeted by the European Commission. In that context, do you think that the multi-stakeholder approach can pave the way for inclusiveness and internet resilience in times of crisis?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. And I'm a member of the board of EuroDig. I'm collaborating with the Italian IGF, and I'm Secretary General of Eurovisioni. All roles that are part of this dialogue that we are constantly doing in Europe. In Europe, after the lesson of the war, we have understood that we cannot go by a single nation, but we need to go through a permanent dialogue. And so we have created two institutions that are pivotal for us. One is the European Union that embraced 27 countries, and the other one is the Council of Europe that cover all of Europe. So through this two institutions, we have learned in the last 60 years that we have to go through consensus and trying to reach common positions. This started in a multilateral way, but then since 40 years, this has been enlarged by both institutions to civil society, to academia, to industry, to all the components of society, because most of the process need to be built on consensus. Thanks to that, we are trying to tackle, as was the question, that how we can, if this help to build internet resilience in time of crisis. For instance, we had the European elections in June this year, and we were all afraid that it could have an impact for the use of artificial intelligence as a support for disinformation and trying to undermine the credibility of the elections. Then has been put in place a certain number of actions that have been able to give us the possibility to go through this election without having so much impact. For instance, there is a regulation that says that the platform need to enforce as soon as possible the things when they are signaled that there is something going wrong. So the hard regulation is in place. Then there is moral suasion regulation and co-regulation, that is the code of practice has been put in place with the platform signed with the European Commission. That means that the platform, even if there is not a crime that is going on their platform, but there is something that could be harmful, they have to behave and cooperate. And then there are, this is not made by Ministry of Truth, but is made in cooperation with fact-checkers that are grassroots organizations and the traditional media that signal when there is a problem and the problem then could be solved. This proved to be an efficient way to work, and in fact the attack, there has been many attacks, but there's been under control, and they didn't harm too much the election. This, now currently, just to show you one of the model, how it works, the model, we have now to decide as European what will be the European position, and the nations that are part of the European Union and the nations that are part of the Council of Europe position in the UN next year for the renewal of the mandate of the IGF and the WSS forum. So what the Commission has made, there was an initial position of the Council that says we need to have a common position, and this principle need to be defended, the multi-stakeholderism, the integration, the cooperation, the non-fragmentation of the internet, etc. And then a consultation has been launched just 3 weeks ago and will end mid of January. This consultation is open to all society, all components of society. So at the end of this consultation, the position of the stakeholders will be integrated in a background paper. This paper will be bring at the attention of the institution, and then it will be the basis for what the European Union and the single members will vote in the General Assembly. This is the best way we are trying to do in order to be multi-stakeholder and to embrace all voices of the society.
Thank you so much, Giacomo, for giving us the overview of what the Europe region and, of course, the European Commission and also the European community is trying to do. I really like that your emphasis really is to go for consensus and common positions to defend multi-stakeholderism in the really crucial year ahead when we're looking towards WSIS Plus 20 review. Now I'd like to turn over to the Africa region, always a young and vibrant region. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Lilian Nawoga from the African IGF. With the continent's point of view, how can internet governance be more useful to all stakeholders so that they identify national regional spaces as a key venue for advocacy? Lilian.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. It's a pleasure to be here and to speak about our vibrant continent. Just what I would like to first highlight is, yes, the vibrancy comes in the number of initiatives that the continent has been able to achieve. To date, we have approximately 36 national initiatives, and we have 5 regional initiatives representing the North, the East, the West, Central, and South. And in all these processes, we are seeing the vibrancy of the community. We are seeing the multi-stakeholder approach coming into play. We are also seeing capacity building. So when we're looking at how can we make stakeholders, how can we utilize internet governance as a space for, NRIs to be doing advocacy? I would say this comes from the vibrancy that we are seeing in the communities. But the one thing that has been able to be identified is the need for capacity building. And what we've seen is we've seen quite a number of regional schools, national schools, and continental schools. I think at the regional level, every regional IGF within Africa has a school on internet governance, and that is the beginning point. At the continental level, we do have the Africa School on Internet Governance, and this has been a space for building capacity of different stakeholders, and it's not limiting to, say, civil society or academia or private sector or government. It is inclusive and it follows a bottom-up approach. And what I can say, I'm a beneficiary of the AfriSIC when it launched in 2013. So you can see where I am today, and we've seen quite a number of different stakeholders from government. So for us to say, how can we use this space? First, we are looking at capacity building. But the most recent initiative where we saw a gap was in how do we get our legislators to pass inclusive policies and understand, issues on internet governance, and hence the Africa Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance was introduced, and I'm sure there's quite a big delegation from, members of parliament from Africa who have benefited from this. So the approach here we are taking is we need to look at this at all, from different angles. If we are to say that internet governance, the entire ecosystem, how do we start with policy? We build the capacity of the stakeholders, the legislators, but also try to open it up for different actors. The other thing that I would like to mention is we need to be able to develop and track outcomes, because when we started many years ago, the internet governance space was looked at as, a talk shop where we come and talk things. But recently, we've been able to, every meeting produces a key outcome document. I think the next step right now is to be able to be able to track and see how these are being implemented at country level, at regional level, and this will be able to kind of, use this space as a key place, for advocacy for the different stakeholders in the NRIs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lillian. I think you're doing my job for me because it's a beautiful, perfect segue. I really like your emphasis on capacity building. Africa as a continent is young and vibrant, and we need to bring the young people with us. We need to bring other stakeholders who need to be in the space, in the internet governance discussion spaces, digital process discussion spaces, to be able to understand first the concerns and the issues from the community, and also what internet governance is all about. Now I'd like to turn over to my home region, Asia Pacific. It's my honor to introduce Ms. Amrita Chaudhary, part of the India IGF and also chair of the APR IGF Multi-Stakeholder Steering Group. In the APAC context, which voices should be in the model at the national, regional, and I guess local level as well? And how can they be effectively brought in?
Thank you, Jennifer. And APAC is very huge and diverse. Not only in terms of countries, cultures, languages, economies, but also the level of adoption of technology. So if you ask me the question, my first response would be everyone. But if I drill it down a bit more, I would say every relevant stakeholder who matters for that discussion. I'll just take a step back and I'll talk about what APR IGF has been doing is one, not just working as the focal point for regional IGF, but also to build capacity. For example, bringing in more youth. Our fellowship is such that we try to have a better gender balance, wherein we have more women coming in, because we want, and especially from economies which are unrepresented. It could be the Pacifics, it could be many countries from where we can bring. Do note that some countries like Afghanistan, we do try to bring out, but it's difficult because of sanctions. We do have some more countries of that kind. We also try, the other thing which is important is to assist the national IGFs or youth IGFs in the country, and that's something which we feel is important because you could not only have the discussions at a national level, but also get some essence of what is important for that region, which can feed in when we decide things, especially in APAC, in our APR IGF's themes and sub-themes, and also drill down the important things. Because, for example, many times the national IGF, for example, may not know what the contemporary internet governance discussions globally are, which, for example, the Asia-Pacific Regional IGF can know, like what's happening in the GDC, which edition of the text is going on, what is concerning. So we try to demystify those, pass it on to the community members who are already involved, because we believe the more information you pass on to the communities, they would be in a better position to decide. We ask them for inputs. We also, it is also important to encourage the schools of internet governance, because that is where people can build their capacity. It's important that people understand the various nuances. Many times you'll find especially the younger generation, take everything for granted because they've got internet technologies on their platter. But what goes behind it is something which they need to know. And once people know that why it matters, they start raising their voices. So I think those things are important to increase the reach, create opportunities where they can come and participate. Like, for example, giving them, the young voices, a chance to come and participate and share their views with people who may have been in the community for long without any prejudice or hesitation. I think that's important. And also disseminating information, just like Lillian was saying, we have, the outcome document which comes out from APR IGF, the synthesis document, which we try to circulate to all the economies. Hopefully, if some regulator, etc., kind of pick it up, and also to build capacity amongst different groups, like it could be parliamentarians, it could be others who actually need to build capacity on these things. So I'll stop at this. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you so much, Amrita. I think Lillian has started, and Amrita has also emphasized the crucial role that schools of internet governance play as well in order to bring information, build up capacity, impart knowledge. Particularly, I think I'm going to go back to one small point that, actually not a small point, a very important point that Lillian has raised about bringing in the legislators, the parliamentarians. And I know there was a parliamentarian legislators track here in Riyadh as well, to have those who are creating policy, making legislation, to make sure that they create inclusive policies, inclusive legislations. And of course, imparting with what Amrita has also mentioned, to create opportunities for every voice that needs to be here at the table. Now I'm going to move to another region, the North America region. It's my honor to introduce Mr. Charles Noir, CIRA, and also part of Canada IGF. Yes. How is internet governance and the multi-stakeholder model evolving from your regional point of view? Charles, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Jennifer. First of all, great to be here and with you all in Saudi Arabia, and thank you to hosts for a wonderful meeting. CIRA, for those of you that don't know, is the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, and we're best known for running the cctld.ca. We do other things, but I won't get into it. And we have been the main sponsor and secretariat for the Canadian IGF since its beginning in 2019. So I'm sitting on this stage today and coming to you from a technical operator perspective, but talking about the IGF in Canada, of course, it's multi-stakeholder, and that's where I want to start. It's really about a community engagement in Canada as it is elsewhere, and we're hearing on the stage. We focus on critical issues that affect the internet or that the internet is producing, and generally we do that to identify hopefully some shared policy positions that we might take away from, and at times to understand where different points of view are coming from. There's very critical discussions going on in Canada as well as in other countries, of course, around the world and globally. We speak about a number of those. Cybersecurity, for example, online harms was this year's focus as well. Disinformation, connectivity, all of the topics that we're covering here, including artificial intelligence, were certainly points that we cover within the IGF space in Canada. And we believe that we're at an inflection point more generally within the global internet governance space because of the WSIS Plus 20, because of GDC. Also within Canada, we're seeing for the first time a whole suite of regulation that will affect the internet. And so we're really engaging the community across the country from every stakeholder group to try to bring us together to inform and support our policymakers in their decision making, both within the domestic space but also globally in meetings like this, but also in negotiations like the WSIS Plus 20 and what we're seeing in GDC. So Canada's been a proud, huge supporter of the multi-stakeholder model, both as an internet community, collectively all stakeholders, and I believe in our government. We see the WSIS Plus 20 as an opportunity to reinforce and dedicate for the next, hopefully, next 10 years, a commitment to multi-stakeholderism, including, obviously, the IGF. Sure, there's room for improvement. We want to recognize that the multi-stakeholder governance model today, and the IGF, CIGF being part of that, is the reason why we have an internet that works like it does today from a technical operating perspective. Yes, there are difficulties, we're encountering them, we're discussing them, we need to address them, but the reason why I can call someone on the other side of the world and instantaneously connect is because we have the multi-stakeholder model in action governing the technical layer of the internet. We see the CIGF and regional NRIs as really important in terms of supporting governments, national governments. When we see governments engage in internet policy, we believe that the Canadian IGF, for example, will be a source of information, a source of advice and guidance for policymakers making decisions about these important and crucial next steps in the phase of the internet and how it's governed. And from that, we really see an opportunity to develop unified policy positions where we can all agree as all stakeholders, academic, private sector, technical community, etc., coming together so that we can focus on what we believe our priorities should be and what our government's priorities should be in these spaces, particularly within the context of UN decision-making and domestic legislation. Would also like to add that we also see an opportunity within the technical community to organize as a community. The technical community, for example, like all stakeholder communities, is very diverse. We've worked with about 29 other technical operators around the world in every continent in coming together in a coalition called the Technical Community Coalition for Multi-Stakeholderism, TCCM. And again, we see that as an opportunity to coordinate globally, and it brings roots out of the IGF spirit and out of the notion that we're coming together as a stakeholder group to represent common positions that we believe should be considered in global negotiations. That some of that was exemplified in our input within the GDC context. And we will be very active in the WSIS context as well as we move into the WSIS plus 20. Yeah, in terms, again, I'd like to just focus on the idea that multi-stakeholderism, the IGF, the regional initiatives really have contributed. I want to leave with this note, really have contributed and are the reason why we have the internet we have today. Again, we have issues. We're exploring them, we're discussing them, but fundamentally as a base idea and a base form of governance, this is what we want to see continue. This is what we want to see evolve. The Canadian IGF is committed to that, and certainly we are as a TCCM, as a technical operator.
Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you for also highlighting the crucial role that the technical community plays in actually keeping the internet on so we can have these discussions. It's the foundation where we build on all of these myriad of issues when we talk about internet governance without the internet actually working. I don't think we have so much to talk about, right, at this point. For the technical community as well, it is really crucial for them to focus on keeping that the internet remains open and free, global and secure, resilient, and interoperable, so we can have all of these discussions that we're having right now. And last but not least, I'd like to go to our region, GRULAC region. It's my honor to introduce Ms. Lillian Chamorro from the LAC IGF. I'll give everybody a little moment to put on their headsets. So Lillian, what is the impact of Net Mundial Plus 10, WSIS Plus 20, and the Global Digital Compact process on internet governance and the multi-stakeholder model? And how can we use all these principles to advance them?
Hola. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thanks, Jennifer. Thanks to the Secretariat and all my colleagues present here. We see that the WCIS is something we have been talking about lately. Next year in this space, we will define the mandate for the IGF in the next years to come. And we believe that from our point of view in Latin America, we see a real opportunity in front of us because the IGF is a platform that's allowing us to do follow-ups and a review of all the objectives of the GDC and the action items of the WSIS. And we consider that these two, together with the structures that are being created for the internet governance in the next few years, can be leveraged to discuss and assess the implementation of the agreements, both in the national and the regional context, as well as global, having all this clear structure of all the initiatives of governance, right? So we also want to share this experience, this very valuable experience of inviting all the stakeholders to the conversation. The GDC has presented some actionable steps that we can see in the local realities, in the regional national levels, and when we talk about youth and other communities that are also having the dialogue regarding governance and always focus on the needs of certain communities. And so we're looking at the NRIs, and we've seen an increase in the activity in these NRIs in terms of number of initiatives and number of people who are participating. And we've seen this going up and increasing a lot. And we already mentioned this before, and my colleagues also mentioned this. These contribute for the capacity building, but also in the creation of forums for dialogue and conversation, and also to localize and see what are the needs in every different space according to different needs and contexts. We think that these spaces contribute also to the deployment of technologies, because this is when we can see how these technologies are implemented, how they are transformed, how they influence the lives of people, both in a regional and national level. And of course, also with the focus of the multi-stakeholder approach. We're not having a bias from one point of view, but we see different points of view. The diversity of initiatives, I think, is something that is very beautiful to see. I see this group of people here in front of me and all the people who have been sharing space in this IGF, and I really see the beauty in these encounters, in all of us talking about all these transcendental topics that it's not only the NRIs, but also having youth has been part of it, the Portuguese speakers, the forum in the Caribbean that is one of the the forums who has been working for the longest, and the commitments to follow the GDC initiatives like in data governance or AI and other topics related to environment, migration, and other topics that are very related to our context. And these structures are shaped out according to the diversity of territories and different communities, so we should appreciate them and leverage them as they are, as the diversity they present. IGFs are a valuable space to have common dialogue, like the WUCs and the GDC. We were invited to be creative and find new frameworks, so I want to talk about new world dialogues that are inviting us to have new governance models and taking these multi-stakeholder models and then having a dialogue so that we create the open, collaborative, open internet that we want. These dialogues can be the basis for experimental collaboration and also have these governance frameworks that can allow us to have a better decision making, make more concrete proposals, and create action steps to advance to the internet we want, and we can overcome the current challenges we face.
Thank you very much, Lillian. I think your ending was actually very perfect. To have common dialogue and to celebrate the diversity of inputs we bring from across the entire globe with all of the regions included. Now, I started off this session by saying this network, this NRI network, is 174 initiatives and counting. There are many in this room, there are many online. We would love to hear from you. So I think we have actually roaming mics in the room. Technical persons, please indicate if that's possible. But we would like to open the floor to people who have reactions and also can share what their region, their national initiative is actually doing right now. The impacts of multi-stakeholder processes, dialogue is happening at the local and grassroots level, what they are hoping to achieve, especially in terms of input into the WSIS Plus 20 review process next year. I think we heard in every single session almost in this Riyadh meeting that there is need to have dialogue, there's need to have common positions to defend multi-stakeholder processes when we're talking about internet governance, when we're talking about digital governance as well. So I would like to also introduce, we have our online moderator, Pedro Lana. Pedro will be the person who will be looking at all of our online participants who are probably very involved with the national, regional, and youth initiatives in their home economies as well. So please, Pedro, let me know if there is anything online as well from this NRI network, from the greater communities that go to these different meetings, go to these initiatives, or even just tuning in remotely all across the globe to this meeting here in Riyadh. Are we able to hear Pedro? If we're not able to hear Pedro, I will come back to him. And actually, I'll drill down a little more on what we've heard so far on our panelists. Maybe this will inspire more input from those who are actually thinking about, what their meetings in their home countries, in their home economies, are actually having. I think that there's a lot of local issues, a lot of regional issues that are discussed in NRI meetings that sometimes do not make their way all the way to the global IGF at the annual meeting. Of course, it's always competitive when you're looking at the scheduling, but is there something that is very unique to your region, perhaps, that you think is very important to bring up to the global level that hasn't had an opportunity quite yet, especially when we're looking into WSIS Plus 20 review next year, and also impacting the evolution of how we're discussing? I don't know if any of our panelists up here would like to take a stab. Shafiq, please.
Thank you, Jennifer. No doubt, first, thank you for Saudi Arabia and for hosting this IGF in this region. This is a very important step, and this is a very important initiative to get the IGF to our region, to share with the global IGF what the challenges we are facing. As you know, each region has its own challenge. And while the European or the Western countries, they are now looking after AI and looking after, Internet of Things and smart cities, we are still having some countries in this region, they don't have the basic infrastructure to connect people. So our priority is to give the connectivity to these people to connect. We know from the ITU that there is still 2.6 billion unconnected people, and most of them are in Africa, which is the region nearby. So the importance of having these events in this region is to get the voices of these countries up to the global level so they can be taken in consideration. Because once again, our challenges is totally different from other countries or other region challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafiq. I know that you've highlighted that there's still 2.6 billion unconnected. That is a sheer number that, of course, is really also central to the Africa region and also Asia-Pacific region. I don't know if Amrita would like to expand a little more on that challenge as well when we're looking at Asia-Pacific.
Yes, thank you, Jen. I think there are one beauty of the NRIs is that while there are many issues which may be very endemic to a country or region, but there are challenges in most of the region in some context or form of those. For example, as Shafiq mentioned, access is one. Basic infrastructure, for example, there are countries even, as I mentioned in my initial remark, Asia-Pacific is very diverse. You have extremely developed countries, and you have countries where the networks have are not working or cannot work due to sanctions, etc. As in they are working but not, and we have the Pacific Islands who have different challenges, because of climate changes, etc. There's water rising. There are other issues which are happening. So there are different challenges people do bring in, but again, how you have that assimilated is difficult because every region has different issues. Access is difficult. Multilingualism is important. As in, if I look at the countries, a country like India has 22 official languages, let alone unofficial. Similarly, in many parts of Asia-Pacific, language is an issue. Having everything in those languages, access, basic access is an issue for people. Rights to even access it. For example, I'll come back to Afghanistan. Women do not have any rights. Women do not even have right to an internet device. That's a challenge when we are talking about so many things, achieving SDG goals. So those are diverse. I think we try to bring it up and see what can be done. So, there are higher level issues and there are deep-rooted issues which needs to be worked, like anything.
Thank you, Amrita. I like that you brought up also multilingualism as a challenge and also a strength in the diversity of the languages that we're allowed to speak. I know here we have translation in the 6 UN languages, so you heard Shafiq speak in Arabic and you heard Lillian being able to speak in Spanish. And for myself, 我很幸会可以用中文跟你们讲话。 And I just said I'm very lucky to be able to use my language, Chinese, to be able to speak to everyone. But that is not the case for every single language that you see on, that's represented by the people you see here on the panel. And I'm sure many, many more in the audience. I know that we probably in the audience, because the light is now shining into my eyes and I cannot see your faces, but there must be many NRI and youth initiatives representatives from Francophonie countries who do have a lot to contribute and input on. And I urge you also to raise your hand if you have inputs that you would like to make during this National, Regional, Sub-Regional Youth Initiative main session to share with us your issues and how internet governance, and especially the multi-stakeholder process, has evolved discussion in your home economies. And of course, we welcome you to speak in your language, in French as well. I'd like to now go back again to see if we're able to unmute Mr. Pedro Lana, who is our online moderator.
Yes, Jennifer, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Pedro, please go ahead.
Perfect. We have 2 raised hands and 1 question in the chat. In order to alternate between on-site and online questions, I think we can go with Dr. Jimson Olapuye, who has his hand raised, and then go to the other questions posed if there is no on-site question or commentaries. Can I go in that direction, Jennifer?
Yes, we can take the online interventions. I see some hands up, so Pedro, I'll allow you to unmute them, or tech can unmute them, and please have your, you can moderate the online inputs, please.
Can you unmute Dr. Johnson?
I see Jimson actually in the room. So,
oh,
yes, he is online and in the room, which is amazing, and we all are as well. Perfect. Jimson, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. It's still afternoon. And I want to first and foremost say I'm Jimson Olufuye, the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance. I'm a private sector person, and I run a private sector concern organization. I want to commend the MAG. The MAG have been doing fantastic work. We really appreciate all your work, all your effort across the world. We appreciate you very much. And Jennifer in particular, your work in IGF SA, we appreciate it for the global community. I have 2 questions. The first one is connected with what you mentioned about the Net Mundia multi-stakeholder guidelines. I want to ask the panel, how many of us have been using these guidelines? Because I believe it has the capacity to ensure that every stakeholder concern is brought to the table. And when we have all stakeholders on the table, we can easily tackle all our societal challenges together, because there will be ownership. Then secondly, you also talk about the Global Digital Compact. There are 2 outcomes of the WSIS 2005 Tunis Agenda. The first one is the IGF, which has been very, very successful, and we appreciate all the effort. But the second one, which has to do with enhanced cooperation on public policy matters pertaining to the internet, that gives opportunity to government to be able to at least govern internet policy issues, the same room, be in the same room with the stakeholder. So that's the twin part, enhanced cooperation, was only just came to fruition since 2005, just September last year, when the global community, the world leaders agreed to the Pact for the Future, wherein we have the Global Data Compact. Excellent. So now, going forward, the question is, from your experiences across the continent, what do you think about how we will proceed to implement the Global Digital Compact in our respective regions and countries? should it be integrated into IGF because IGF has been successful, or should we create another stream of engagement for that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimson. I'll allow my panelists to give it a little bit of thought. I'll go straight actually to our French intervention, I believe online. So I'll go to Pedro first, and then we can go back to the panelists.
Thanks. We have chat as well, but we will leave that for after Nina make her contribution. So Nina,
thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. I will speak in French. So I'm giving half a second for people to grab their headsets.
Hello, I'm Nina. I come from the internet. I am in Abidjan, in Ivory Coast. I would like to raise the attention on sustainability of the Secretariat of the IGF in our country. In our country, we have this multi-stakeholder approach, but after 2 years, we are tired. And when we have this problem, the Secretariat, the government, social society, the private sector, speak all at the same time. So here, it would be good to share what is the experience that we have when we talk about Secretariat of the Forum, when we talk about regional initiatives and national initiative. I'm talking about that because I'm in West Africa. We have different experiences. We get different international aid, financial aid, but that cannot go in the pocket of a government. So we have been recommended to have a secretariat. But taking into account the forum agility, do we have to ask the social society to get this finance, this money on our account? So it's not easy to manage. So I would like to ask to the panelists, what is your experience? What do you recommend us to have a sustainable secretariat? And also to have a body who could get this aid, this monetary aid, to support our activities in the framework of the capacity of different capacities of the secretariat in the framework of the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nana. I think I speak for, well, I will presume to use my moderator prerogative to say that those of us sitting on the stage are no more experts than those of you here in the room. I already hear questions about how regionals or even nationals will look into implementing all of the different things recommended in the Global Digital Compact. I heard about the question about have we used the Sao Paulo guidelines coming out of Net Mundial Plus 10 and how have we done so? And then finally from Nena we heard the importance of the sustainability monetary, the financial sustainability of the IGF Secretariat. I see there is a line at the podium, so I'll go straight to our next speaker. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm Nigel Castamere from the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. We've coordinated the Caribbean IGF since 2005. And basically, Jennifer, to respond to what you asked about getting experiences from around the world. The Caribbean is part of the GRULAC, and Lillian did mention the CIGF in her presentation. But basically just to say, the challenge we have is the Caribbean, whereas the AP is large and diverse, the Caribbean is small and diverse. lots of small countries, restricted resources and so on. But just within the Caribbean, there are 4 different language groups. I myself am from more the English-speaking language group, and notwithstanding we have a Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, we have had participation from some of the other language groups, but it has been to date in English. In 2025, we propose to have, we plan to have our 21st CIGF in Cuba, which would be a stretch for us, and we'd be learning, but it would be a more inclusive type of an approach. So we'll probably have a bilingual CIGF for the first time. And then beyond, say, regional communities of interest, we've also reached out to other communities of interest, like we are all small island developing states, and we have started a liaison with small island developing states around the world. The Pacific in particular has been our most reliable partner to create a small island developing states IGF, and we've had two sittings of that so far. Of course, that has tended to be more virtual than in person, but it helps us to share our experience with small island development states around the world who maybe don't have all the resources to investigate all of these internet governance matters and so on. And one of the products of our CIGF, in fact, has been a policy framework that we have given to help inform our governments in terms of developing internet governance policies. So just to give you an idea of what some of what has been happening, some of these challenges that we face in our region and what we've been doing so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Especially in highlighting that there is a Small Island Developing States IGF, so SIDS IGF, looking at issues that are very unique to these states, and also congratulations for the next edition being in Cuba. I'm sure that it's going to be very interesting and very rewarding to have a regional meeting there or sub-regional meeting there as well. I'm going to pause to see if there's any online interventions. I don't see any hands, so I'll go to our next speaker in the podium.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you for organising this important session. My name is Annalise Williams. I was the 2024 Chair of the Australian Internet Governance Forum. And just going back to your comment or question earlier about what NRIs are wanting going into WSIS, we held the Australian IGF in October of this year, and for the first time we developed a position statement, like an output of the IGF. It was drafted by the committee. We put it out for input from stakeholders, and it was adopted by consensus at the IGF. And it is a position statement on what the Australian internet community wants from the WSIS process. We called on the WSIS review process to adopt meaningful multi-stakeholder processes consistent with the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. We called on the Australian government to ensure the full participation of Australia's multi-stakeholder community in Australia's national preparations for the WSIS. And in terms of the IGF, we called for its continuation of its mandate. And we also called on all stakeholders, particularly governments and the private sector, to fully participate in the IGF and commit to its ongoing financial sustainability, and to consider ways to strengthen and enhance the value and efficacy of the IGF, both as a discussion forum and as a key source of information on digital policy issues beyond WSIS. So I just wanted to flag that we had done that in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise. I think it's really important to highlight all of the different national meetings that have looked into this, and it's really good that the AU-IGF has had this output document looking specifically at WSIS plus 20 inputs, and also how the Sao Paulo guidelines can be utilized, and also how the GDC or implementation of parts of it can be looked at for the Australian community. I'd like to encourage also all of those participants in the Pacific IGF, so to also input as well. I know there are many, many issues near and dear to your region that are not reflected and are quite unique to the Pacific region as well. I'd like to take a look to see if we have any more online. I don't believe there are any new hands up. I'd like to go to our next speaker at the podium. Bertrand, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network, and I'm happy to have been one of the co-initiators of both the European IGF, the Eurodig, and the French IGF. One, I find fascinating that from the bottom up, the IGF has transformed into what is today a network of IGF. And so the annual global IGF is actually the global gathering of the network of IGFs. And we should flip the thinking and not see the IGF as proliferating at national level, but we should consider that the global meeting is the moment where the input coming from the IGFs at the national and regional level can be clustered and analyzed together, so that, like a respiration, it goes back to them afterwards. The second thing is, as I mentioned in the previous session, the IGF at the global level, but Nena was mentioning that it is a problem at the local level as well, is usually caught in a catch-22 situation between the lack of resources and the difficulty to articulate an ambitious vision, because if you don't have the resources, it's hard to have a vision and implement it. But if you don't have the vision, you cannot muster the resources. And in that regard, as Charles was mentioning, I want to give credit to, in many parts of the world, the local country code level domain, CCTLD operators, who have been instrumental, not the only actors, but instrumental sometimes, in providing not only financial, but logistical, and in large part substantial support to the local IGFs. And I would like just to put on the table the fact that, as ICANN is basically the global tax collector for the management of the domain name system and the global public resource, the more it can do to support the global IGF, the better. But the final point I want to make is, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to do it here, is that there's one topic that we will all have to address next year, which is what is the expanded, renewed, but also revised mandate of the global IGF, and what is its further institutionalization. And for that, I suggest, and I would be happy to have the feedback from people on the panel if they're willing, I think having an engagement of the NRIs in a consultation during 2025 on what do they think should be the process to move beyond the question of reconduction or not, but to address really the question of what is the next institutional step for the IGF would be an amazing approach. And I would be really looking forward to seeing what the local and regional IGFs have to contribute to this discussion.
Thank you, Bertrand. I'll pause very quickly to see if there's any 2 reactions from the panels from all the questions we've heard so far.
Yes, thank you. I would like to answer to what has been said by Olofuye at the beginning and by Bertrand now. I think that we have to think the other way around. The GDC process needs us. At the moment, the process is being conducted in New York by the people that is following the United Nations General Assembly, that in most cases are not very well connected. I would not say more than that, but at least they are not very well connected with the reality in the world. And the only place where ideas can be tested, can be put on the reality, can be checked, is this. The IGF, during these 20 years, we have all together built something that is very valuable. Not only the NRI network, that is very important because it gives a possibility to consult directly in each country of the world, or mostly of the country of the world and the regional level, what can be done, what cannot be done. But also we have the dynamic coalitions. That means vested interest with a specific purpose that stress the specific aspect of the internet governance problematics. And we have also the policy network. Policy network, not only because I'm chair of one of the policy network, but the policy network is a place where you can grassrooted collecting best practices that exist, and this best practice can be eventually used to contaminate the rest of the world. So we have 3 tools that are the only one that can bring down to earth the principles that are in the Global Digital Compact. If this will not happen, then will be another negotiation in New York about international treaties that are trying to regulate something. You remember Gulliver Travels? The people that were up in the world, in the sky, and they were not seeing the earth, and they were deciding for the earth. They need us. We need this. We have just simply to remember them. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. I think Amrita had a very quick response as well, and then we'll go to Pedro online.
Thank you so much, Jen. Jimson, just to respond to your point, while I don't have your entire answer, is perhaps you could refer to a document which the MAG IGF working group on strategy has prepared as a vision document of what the IGF can do to support the various processes, like, for example, be an effective coordination space for different follow-ups on digital policies. The policy network on AI is already having a lot of discussions, so it could be further enhanced. So not only for Jimson, the others also could look at this document, which talks about what the IGF could do and how it can strengthen and how it can help. That anyone can look at, and it's available in the IGF website.
Thank you, Amrita, for stressing that publication, very recent publication of the working group on strategies document. I'd like to go to Pedro, who has some interventions from online.
Thanks, Jennifer. We have two questions and 1 comment that were made through the chat. The first one is from Julian Casabuenos from Colombia IGF. He is asking, what recommendations will you highlight from your local experience to bring the results of your discussion to governments and decision makers? We also have a question from the IGF Ghana Hub. What strategies can NRIs use to involve underrepresented groups such as women, youth, and marginalized communities in digital government? Then we have comments by Wisdom Donkor. He says, to resolve the capacity issues of the IGF Secretariat, the party should focus on increasing financial resources through diversified funding and grants, enhancing staffing via recruitment and secondments, and strengthening operational capacity by upgrading infrastructure and outsourcing non-core functions. Staff capacity can be improved through training and knowledge-sharing programs, while community involvement can be boosted by leveraging volunteers, interns, and partnerships. Streamlined governance, stakeholder feedback mechanisms, and advocacy efforts to promote the IGF's mission are essential to secure broader support and ensure the Secretariat can make its growing demands effective. Then we have another 2 comments, but we will leave that after the on-site participations.
Thank you, Pedro. I think I do see a hand online, if we can actually get to the vocal intervention. If you can unmute our participant who has their hand up online.
I will ask Tech to unmute, but it takes a few seconds. I think we can get on-site participation while this is happening.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, I am Sumit Boite. I am not income on site. I am online participate all event fully participate in good webinars. So internally problems of mic of voices. So I am only events participate text and necessary event to participate in mention create event STD and GDC. But he have now admin support not body in today. So I yesterday to permanently delete in events. But I have to achieve to I am create CRI and I can register in members in UN and fields. So participate on good debates and unlikely is involvement much enter the room is unlikely they favor in text. So I not participate in full line, but I good remark to all events and debates. Thank you all to introduce to myself. Myself Sumit Bhutte, I am UN and UO Iran membership, but I like to scold. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we'll now turn back to the participants on the floor. I do see that there is a line. Our next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Jennifer, for giving a chance to speak. And also thank you all panelists for sharing your experiences. And anyway, this is Pyo from Myanmar, and I am the youth coordinator of the UIGF Myanmar and the Southeast Asia UIGF. I would like to share my experience why we are trying to foster the collaboration and trying to sustain the youth initiative during this year. Firstly, it has been challenging a lot to us at the local level to foster the collaboration because of our current situation, and even it is difficult to invite those who are from the government stakeholder, as we have difficult to define. We have a challenge to define the government stakeholder in this state. But so far as a YGF Myanmar, we mostly focusing on the capacity building and also trying to get more input from the different regions and states highlighting about the internet issue, what is happening there. That was, even though we started our youth initiative with the 11 organizing committee member, it is getting like, it's likely to be many young people have their own challenges, like fulfilling the basic need and continuing their education, because most of us are kinds of a student, and only few people are the young professionals. So we are facing a challenge, and even within the team to collaborate and finding resources and also sharing the time among us to make this happen yearly. It has been always a challenge to coordinate the monthly meeting and also finding the funding resources. And even though we are the UN recognized initiative, it's still having a challenge to find the funding resource, as we are not registered under any any title at local. And also, when we try to initiate like a sub-regional youth initiative, the purpose is very clear that we already have Asia Pacific YGF. We wanted to put more concrete input and feed into related to the internet cases and issues what are happening at the sub-regional level as well. For that purpose, we try to gather the organizing committee member, and this year we could make and establish very first and foremost South Asia IGF Forum. Luckily, with the support of the United Nations IGF Secretariat and also South Asia IGF Secretariat, as well as other supporters like IGF SA, we could smoothly organize our very first and foremost sub-regional IGF forum this year. But so far, they are still having the challenge like for fostering the collaboration among the U community in the South Asia region, because maybe because of this is our very first year, and we need to think about what would be the best way to approach the other country like the Malaysia, Laos, and also Vietnam to invite you committee member on board in our committee, and that would be great if someone who are from this country are also attending at the UNIGF right now. We will be happy to talk more about our collaboration for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Pio, for bringing to light how difficult it is for many in many different parts of the world to even meet, to be able to discuss these issues. Thank you for also highlighting that Youth IGF in Myanmar is still very vibrant and they have their meetings. And congratulations to the Southeast Asian Youth IGF for their initial meeting. I think both Jimson and several others, including Pio, has mentioned the IGF Support Association, which allows for some seed funding to give to initiatives just starting out, to be able to meet, to be able to have platforms to meet. I am going to go to the next person in the floor, our next speaker, and then I will go to Pedro online. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, the panelists, for your talk. And my name is Naza, Dr. Naza Nicholas Kirama from the Tanzania IGF. And I would like to make a few interventions. Number one is that the NRIs is a grassroots part of the global IGF. And we are making a lot of progress in terms of organizing, bringing the all stakeholders together to not only do policy dialogue, but also to engage in some critical actions that we need to do as use cases. And I would like to invite every single NRI that is present to start engaging the NRI network in collaborative projects that can highlight our work in terms of policy and actions that we need to do at the grassroots level. That will be my intervention, number one. Number two, it's not easy sometimes to bring all the key multi-stakeholder together. I'll give an example of Tanzania, where I come from. It has been taking a while to to bring all the key multi-stakeholders in terms of actually having the critical discussion on the issues of infrastructure, digital services, and so on and so forth. We don't have to be discouraged when at times we reach out to stakeholders and they don't come on board. We have to continue our work because our work, I know it is a noble work in terms of making sure that what we are doing on the ground translate to the global IGF discussions that we are having today. Number three, I would like to give an example of the progresses that we are doing in Tanzania as NRI. We are taking several initiatives as Tanzania IGF. Number one is we are working with government of Tanzania and other multi-stakeholder within our space to form various working groups that are necessary to continue the progress that we have had in Tanzania. For example, in Tanzania now, our population is about 63 million people, and those who have been connected online about 30 million or so. Roughly half of the population is connected. But we still have challenges of, for example, having affordable and meaningful internet access. This kind of work requires all key stakeholders to work together, to collaborate in order to be able to solve these challenges. There is a saying in Africa that it takes a village to raise a child, and this is very, very true. It takes multi-stakeholder cooperation, multi-stakeholder collaboration to make sure that we connect everyone to digital opportunities online. So I know the NRIs, just like Tanzania IGF, we are doing a lot on the ground. But one takeaway that I would like for each one of us to take from this global IGF is to begin as NRIs to collaborate in terms of projects on two areas. Number one, on policies that are actually have been proven to work and that can be replicated within our NRI spaces. And number two is to do and to collaborate on projects that are doable, that we can be able to do. For example, our Tanzania IGF has been working with the Internet Society Tanzania chapter on a project called Tanzania Digital Inclusion Project, where we've been able to train about 7,000 girls on STEM. We have been able to connect about 800 citizens to affordable and meaningful internet. And 10 schools have been connected to broadband internet. And also with the same kind of project, we have been
Thank you, Nazar, so much for telling us all the good work that Tanzania IGF is doing, and of course your takeaway for that, that it takes a village to raise a child, it takes multi-stakeholder model to make all of this work. I'd like now to turn to Pedro, who has several comments online. Pedro, please.
Yes, I will read two of them. I also noticed that Net Mundial and the São Paulo guidelines were mentioned, and I believe that we have two people that were involved in the work on site, on the line. Just mentioned that to Jennifer. But first, the comments that were made on the chat. The first one was from Peter King Koye, convener for the Liberia IGF. He wanted to present a point on the progress of the Liberia IGF that has been hosting in this 5th edition this year, with governments and all local stakeholders fully involved in a multi-stakeholder style and have increased their advocacy level to see this level of progresses with policy and personal data and cybersecurity strategies that are currently being developed in the government. And this regulator participation has led to the validation of the draft Personal Data Protection Act, and they intend to sustain the advocacy and discussions on national issues, with the collaboration being sustained with support of a vibrant national IGF secretariat, supported by the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. This collective effort has led to a very visible Liberia IGF, and also Liberia hosting its first sub-regional consultative forum on the MIU region for the Liberia with support of the UN, IGF, and ICANN in the region. We also have a comment from Azim Sajjad about the importance of internal governance at government level being realized in addition to efforts of individuals already recognized at the global level. The Pakistani School of Internal Governance is playing its role since 10 years in different cities of the country. There is an inventory of work related to internet policies that has also been keeping the pace in addition to planning to restructure departments for enablement of effective digital governance ecosystems. There is a challenge to retain the talents of this space, and it's hard to ensure engagement of individuals after capacity building. Universal meaningful connection as well as internet censorship, for disinformation, fake news, etc., are big challenges nowadays. It has been extremely hard for especially governments to keep the balance in digital policies. AI has been the next big thing, which is a big challenge for governments in terms of capacity building, development, deployment, management, and issues of governance and oversight. So with those two questions, I think we can go back on site. So back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Pedro. As you can see, there is so many good inputs, and we have so little time together. I go back to the floor now. I see there still is a line. If you could please keep your intervention within a minute, that would be very much appreciated. Next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you, Jennifer. This is Andrew Molivray, representing the Regulator's Office in Vanuatu and also Chair of Pacific IGF. The Regulator's Office has been supporting Pacific IGF over the last years. That started in 2011, and I want to acknowledge my Pacific colleagues who have started this initiative in the Pacific back then. Today, the Pacific IGF Secretariat is with the Pacific Island chapter of the Internet Society. This year, Pacific IGF was held in Wellington, and our theme was strengthening digital governance, resilience in the Pacific Islands. And we were supported by the AUDA, the Domain Name Authority of Australia, and the .NZ, UNESCO, and the European Union through the CADE project. And I think there's some relevance in the theme that we had this year. As we speak now, I had disaster struck 2 days ago in my country and caused a total outage of communications for the last 2 days. And thankfully, we are thankful for the LEO technology that currently we have Starlink, some Starlink set up in the country, and also the government is in discussion with Starlink to set up public internet access around the town. So it is becoming a reality and resilience for us. There's two things probably I want to highlight here before I finish. One is I think we need more support in policy frameworks for responses in times of disaster in the Pacific Islands. As you know, for the last few years, we have had a lot of disasters like the volcano eruptions in Tonga and other cyclones, and the disasters are so frequent. And I think we need the right policies in this direction. And the second and last point is I believe probably there's room to formalize the NRIs to align with the global IGF and increase support as we look forward for the next 20 years. Just to let you know that Pacific IGF 2025 will be in Apia, Samoa, and feel free to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear from the Pacific IGF point of view, and congratulations to Samoa for hosting the next edition of the Pacific IGF. I know that we have 2 more here in the ground, and we also have 1 online. So we'll take 1 more speaker here with us. Please keep your intervention very short, within a minute if you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer and everyone. This is Jasmine Emanko from Hong Kong IGF. So we have been documenting our achievement on report. So you can always go to hkyigf.asia to see it. But then I wanted to share about the challenge that I find it very critical. And it's not, I believe it's not only the challenge that we face, is about to engage with the government. Despite that, this year, after several years of not having IGF in Hong Kong, we make a theme called Smart Economy. We try to speak the language of governments, but then we still find it difficult to get them engaged. So everything, the multi-stakeholders that we engage in our IGF, we have all the stakeholders except the government, which is a pity. So for me, I just want to share about this challenge, and hopefully we can get some insight and success case from the other regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Thank you for giving the views from the Hong Kong Youth IGF. I'd like to go straight to online. Pedro, I believe we have an intervention.
Yes, we have an intervention from Nigel Hickson from the UK. Nigel, I think that you already have permission to open your mic. There we go.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon. It's an absolute pleasure to take part. I'm a member of the UK IGF, and it's just wonderful to hear so many NRIs. I'll be very brief. 3 points. I think the Global Digital Compact has set us on the right path as we go forward, recognising the immense value of the IGF. We need to build on that in the WSIS Plus 20 process, and we should take nothing for granted. It's a new debate. Secondly, the UN IGF has done such immense work. I think it should be credited with a longer mandate, a mandate that extends beyond 10 or 20 years. It has so much to contribute to the internet debate. Thirdly, the NRIs need to be recognised in the WSIS Plus 20 resolution that's adopted. The NRIs are the legitimacy of multi-stakeholder processes. The NRIs are an inspiration, and they need to be recognised for the tremendous work they do in bringing people together to have discussions and coordinate and contribute to the challenges and opportunities we have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. In the interest of time, our last speakers here in the ground, please keep your interventions within 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm Ahmed Farag, chair of the North African IGF, and allow me to make my intervention in Arabic.
Peace be upon you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud today about 2 things here. We are an Arabic country here that actually is hosting this IGF. This is the second time, if I remember very well. I think Egypt was there. It was in Egypt, the first one in 2009 in the North African IGF. We have a very good position there. We are actually cooperating with a lot of entities in our countries and in the northern of Africa. The Arabic participation here that we see, that is an excellent one. In fact, it is very good, really, as I said, the good preparation, and that it is hosted here in an Arabic country, and so that too, and all the works that we are doing to unify our efforts. My friends here, Dr. Shafiq Misharik is a participant. We have organized a forum, and before this forum, in fact, to prepare for the Arabic participation. In the Forum for Youth of Africa, we have challenges, we have dreams. We try all the time to enhance the people of concern. The most important thing is the programs of capacity building. We try all the time trainings all the time at different times, like cybersecurity and marine technology and other technologies, and also bring the internet to school, and there will be also different other efforts. We also give trainings for women and youth. Also, we have an idea to give trainings also for the elderly, so that to make them aware of these new technologies and to make them a part of this digital world. All these dreams that we are dreaming today, we have an obstacle, big obstacle, and that is the financial obstacle. Let me thank everybody, IGF and it can be IR and others. They are trying to help us through their programs, but all the time with these dreams that we have here or elsewhere, it is the monetary issue all the time. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا.
That it's very, very important. Our final speaker on the floor, if you can keep your intervention within 1 minute, that would be so much appreciated.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I start ask my question, let me introduce myself. I am Mary Henrica. I am from Timor-Leste, and I'm one of a fellow IGF fellow. And here, before I start my question, here I also want to say thank you to the IGF to give me the opportunity to attend the IGF and to give the opportunity for the Timor-Leste people also to attend the IGF. Okay, this is my question. Timor-Leste right now doesn't have a local IGF. So how can we establish an IGF in our country? And what we need to prepare first to have our own local IGF in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome from Timor-Leste, coming here to the Global IGF. If you need information on how to start an IGF, please contact the IGF Secretariat. They will be more than happy. We would be more than happy to help you. Now that we are over time, I would like to remind everyone, we are still keep taking in all your inputs. Please send them to the IGF Secretariat so all of your inputs can be captured for this session as well. I'm going to end with, of course, all our speakers in reverse order this time. So, Lillian, the one key takeaway, 15 seconds each. Please, Lillian.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you very much, everybody, for sharing your experiences, your ideas. I just wanted to conclude with saying that this governance model that we have built all together and that we have all make our own. It's not just part of an international system, it's also local. And this is an invitation to value diversity, experience, learnings, and to take advantage of the next year so that we can renovate ourselves, be creative, and propose new actions and ask the right questions for the GDC and the WCs.
Charles.
Thanks for a great discussion. This was fabulous. I think what I'm taking away from this is multi-stakeholderism is a practice. It needs to be practiced regularly, it needs to be strengthened, and it needs to be evolved. We all have a role in that, and particularly coming from a stakeholder group, if you do identify in a particular stakeholder group, get in touch. They're diverse, these stakeholder groups, and build a sense of community.
Thank you, Charles. Amrita.
Thank you. I would say engage, build capacity, work together to create common dialogues, and to protect what we all cherish, the IGF.
Thank you, Amrita. Lillian.
I would like to say there's really no one size fits all, and we've seen that happening in so many different ways. So we need to continue being innovative, creative, have meaningful participation, whether you're approaching from organizing from a stakeholder aspect or from an issue perspective, we need to be able to be more creative and more innovative.
Thank you, Lillian. Giacomo.
Yes, there was a French politician 100 years ago, Georges Clemenceau, that was saying the war is too serious to left it to the generals. I think that we need now to decline to the internet. The internet is too serious to be left only to the governments, and I think that only through the richness of the contribution of all the stakeholders we can get through. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. And now back to our home region, Shafiq.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I'll make my closing remarks in English. First, it's really appreciated for all these NRIs who came from different regions to speak about their challenges and their opportunities and what they are facing. So on behalf of the Lebanon IGF, I am happy to help these NRIs to establish and start their NRIs because of the experience that we have during our establishment of the Lebanon IGF. Second, no doubt that the inclusive, open, multi-stakeholder approach is not an option. It's a foundational to build first a community with common vision and objectives that is reflected later in NRI. And third, as we say as a technical people, the internet is the network of networks. So here, the global IGF is the network of the NRI's networks, and happy to help anyone that can take our experience and tailor it to their experiences at their national and regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafiq. What a perfect way to end the session. I hope it has given you just a small taste of all the really good work that the more than 174 NRIs across the globe do. Please engage with your local IGFs in your region, in your economy, in your home country. Can we give us all a round of applause, all for the work of the IGF and also the NRIs.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to start our open mic taking stock session. I'd like, first of all, to thank you all very much for sticking it out and for being here. And I hope you all had a very good meeting. And I'd also like to thank our gracious hosts of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting us in this fabulous place. Just a few points is that we're here in a listening mode on what worked well, what you think we want to keep, and what we should take into consideration for next year as well. So what we'll do is that we'll just have one line on this podium over here, and we ask people to line up and speak. We will only have 2 minutes for each person, and we'll also be taking online interventions as well. I'd like to remind everybody, please, to keep to the subject at hand and only about logistical, room arrangements, issues that we've discussed here, and also keep in mind the code of conduct, which is also very important. And with that, I would also introduce myself. So my name is Chengetai Masango, and I am head of the IGF Secretariat. And on my right is Ms. Carol Roach. She is the chair of the 2024 MAG, which helped of course, organize this meeting. And on my left, we have Mr. Ole Martin Martinson, who is the 2025 host country chair and is going to be listening intently because he'll be the host country representative on the MAG and also leading the organizational team for IGF 2025. I would like to ask our current chair if she would like to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Shangatai. I just want to add my welcome and thank you to Shangatai's opening. It's been really a pleasure meeting many of you, and I really hope that you got a lot of takeaways. You had an opportunity to share your views and to also give us some kind of input on the way forward. We look forward to you helping us to organize a 2025 IGF, and so I won't go on much longer so we could hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. And please, Ole.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, well, thank you, everybody. I want to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this year's IGF. The organization and the hospitality here have been truly exceptional, and very grateful for that. And I also want to thank everyone here for being here. It's not much time till the next IGF, and we need every one of you to participate and help us in arranging that. And we are here to listen now, and Norway has a strong commitment to ensure that the 20th IGF also will become a success as this one has been. So, thank you.
And I would also like to introduce Vince Cerf, who is the chair of the leadership panel, is online and is right behind me, yes. And he'll also be listening from the leadership panel. Vint, would you like to say a few words before we start?
Oh, that's very kind of you to let me do that. I realize that the way this is set up, I look like Banquo's ghost sort of hovering on the stage. I actually have a concrete suggestion to make, if I could make it now, if that's all right with you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Vince.
This is specifically with regard to the operation of the IGF here in Saudi. First, huge thanks to our Saudi hosts for putting this together. This is by no means an easy process, and I know our Norwegian host must be increasingly aware of that. I do want to suggest two specific things that we might do. First of all, we should have a post-meeting analysis of the audio problems that have popped up from time to time. Mixing online and in-person audio and translation, captioning, and signing services is really hard. And so any insights that the Saudi team can provide would be helpful to our Norwegian colleagues. So I would recommend a kind of a post-meeting analysis. The second thing is that I believe an accommodation expert team should visit the Norwegian site as early as possible in the planning in order to assure that support for people who need accommodation is taken into consideration. It was even suggested that people with bona fide accommodation needs might even have a different colored badge so that we know that, that they might require additional assistance. So those are two just very concrete things that might be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vint. So let us start. And could you please, when you make an intervention, please just say your name quickly for the audience and for the record and your stakeholder group. Unfortunately, my eyesight is not that great, so will the first one please come up? And 2 minutes, and the clock starts as soon as you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Huzaifi Sakhadidban from Chad. I coordinate the Chad Youth IGF. Yesterday was the International Arabic Language Day, so kindly allow me to share my closing remarks in Arabic. السيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we convene at IGF hosted by Saudi Arabia in 2024. I seize this opportunity to underscore that this forum should serve as a platform to resolve any issue. And for the governance of the youth, we need integration of AI and Internet of Things and technology to ensure our connectivity in a sustainable manner and to promote the economic growth and sustainable development. However, this forum faces a lot of challenges related to the conflict of interests between the UN agencies regarding the new look. The UN Secretary General called upon to intervene and to mobilize efforts to promote IGF. So we should have this forum to be a permanent forum and to have a budget and financial resources to ensure the sustainability of such efforts. We should work together to ensure that this forum will be a tool, effective tool for development and peace. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon you all.
The IGF 2024 in Riyadh. I had the pleasure to attend the last version in Japan, and I'm happy to be part of it. Allow me to speak in Arabic. بداية
At the outset, I would like to express my deep thanks and appreciation to UN and the leadership for the sound organization of IGF for 2024. This forum is a strategic platform to unify to unify efforts and sharing experience and expertise and enhance international cooperation in digital challenges. Bringing experts and decision making can contribute to road mapping for a sustainable digital world in the framework of computing. We cannot ignore the computing technology in enhancing the services to our citizens and to provide innovative solutions to face the challenges. Computing technologies is instrumental in enhancing the responsiveness of governments to meet the needs of the society, especially at the time of crisis, health and the natural crisis. However, depending on the computing raise a lot of opportunities that the developing countries can leverage to enhance its digital capabilities, including reducing the cost and enhancing the capabilities.
One microphone. So I do see people lining up for the other one, which we are not using. So will the first one, please? You can move over to the next one. Yes. But the first person who's there, please just walk over to the other microphone, please. Or let's say, for now, yes, why don't the people in the front there, in that line, can you please just make another line there, and then we can go one by one, back and forth. Those few people who are there now. Yes, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Fahad Thbeiti from Saudi Arabia. It's really a pleasure to be here in IGF 2024. And I would like just to highlight on a really important subject, which was in one of the subject in Riyadh declaration that has been announced recently in the beginning ceremony. And it was about the digital ID. And allow me just to speak in Arabic in this subject. So
today, establishing reliable digital identity, which is can be operationalized. It's very important for equitable access for economic development in the light of the digital economy and the heavy relay on the methodology anchored on digital technologies. The digital identities internationally recognized a must for individuals and businesses and governments for the inclusivity of in the economy and to respond to such challenges. The international community should focus on such pressing issues. And today, it's not a secret. Designing international digital identity is of paramount importance for the immense benefits that can be generated in closing the gaps for the inequality and to reaching or the access to resources. This identity ensure
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dua Bluey, and it is an absolute honor to stand before you today as the host country youth track representative. I would like to start by saying that we have had an incredible time over the past week. This week showcased the immense efforts that all youth track representatives have put over the past few months. And I'm lucky to say that our participation across the IGF sessions has been nothing short of incredible. Our host country colleagues at the Digital Government Authority have worked relentlessly day and night to ensure that our encouragement and support is in place. It has also allowed us to shed some light on Saudi Arabia's trajectory in the digital space. And I can only hope that in Norway next year, the youth track continues to receive the compelling level of support that it has, ensuring that youth have the opportunity to participate in high-level and parliamentary track sessions to truly embody our objective of building our multi-stakeholder future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next. We can actually just do it automatically. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Rui Ferreira, and I'm here with the Brazilian Youth Delegation from the CGI. I also a research focusing on protecting children and young people online, and it's my first time at the IGF, so I just want to say that I'm very happy to be here. All the Brazilian delegation are happy to participate in this year's IGF, and to the Saudi culture and to attend the sessions related to my research topic. So thank you to the IGF organizers and the Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia for this incredible opportunity. And if I can say anything, the youths are not the future. We are the present, and we are building a beautiful internet for everyone. So thank you.
Hello, my name is João Moreno. I'm here as the Vice Chair of the Youth Standing Group. I would like to first start thanking the host country for his hospitality. And so I have a couple of things here. I believe the visa issues that we had last year were almost all solved, even though for some people it arrived dangerously close to the date of the event. So they almost didn't manage it to get here, but it was a great improvement. I also recognize that the dynamic coalitions didn't have much space to present their year-long discussions and outcomes. So we had several sessions intended to present outcomes that were not accepted. And I believe this takes a huge and important, well, an important part of the event. Well, putting the workshops around the village was a great idea. We really could integrate them to the event that didn't happen in past events. We need to find a way to unify the queue for online and on-site participants because it's difficult to manage both ends while you're organizing your session. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. We will keep them in touch. After this speaker, we'll also have an online speaker, Nena. But please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I am called Nguajolenta Rose of Fanui. I am from Cameroon. I am a DCAT fellow. This is my first IGF, and I wish to say thank you for the opportunity, but I wish to make a suggestion that countries, there should be like a measuring yard where all countries should have a stable flow of the growth in technology, such that some countries, like especially some countries in Africa, are not completely behind while others are going ahead too fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nena,
Thank you very much, Shengatai. Hello, everyone. I have 5 points. I will speak slowly. The first point is that we need to put more emphasis, more engagement, and more financing into the internet governance schools because they bring us the most holistic and the most open and engaging stakeholders. The second is that for the sustainability of the IGF, we really need to engage more with the national and regional initiatives. I believe these give us the best opportunity for sustainability in the internet governance system. I want to congratulate Saudi Arabia for hosting us and for kicking off their national IGF, but I would like to plead that we have more women in the Internet Governance Forum in Saudi Arabia. VINCEF has raised the audio issues. I think we will work on them. I'd also like to join my voice to say that the visa processes were very fast, and I want to thank you all for it. We will be back in exactly 10 years in Saudi Arabia to join the FIFA World Cup. Thank you very much. My name is Nenna. I come from the internet. I have done 15 sessions online, and it's been wonderful.
Next, please.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Itzel from Mexico. I'm a fellow from the Dynamic Coalition of Accessibility and Disability. It was a great opportunity for me to be here. And I want to invite you and make a suggestion to involve people with disabilities and our organizations on the planning of the IFG in order to ensure that all necessities are covered, comply with the accessibility guidelines, and left no one behind. Thank you.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. This is Educator Marhan Utmazi from Pakistan. First of all, I would like to congratulate Saudi Arabia for organizing this amazing event. I'm so happy to share that for the first time, we were having a session on judges on human rights, and one of the judges from the High Court, Tanzania, was present. So this is something very happy for me being from the legal side. And I'm hopeful that the next year we might having some other judges from the other part of the globe. So because judiciary is one of the important part of the society, and I believe that technology can help them to give a speedy justice. Along with that, I would like to raise my concern regarding the young voices. Although this year Pakistan was having a lot of participants, but still some of my friends, young guys, didn't make it into the IGF because of the visa issues. So I believe that for the next IGF, the IGF Secretariat would really work hard, because for the country like us, or especially from the Asia, there will be a lot of issue in terms of the visa for the Norway. So I believe that the young guys will be heard, will be participated. I hope we do not have visa issue for the next year. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Ghayur Bawari. I am from Afghanistan, and I live in Kabul, Afghanistan. I volunteer as the coordinator of Afghanistan IGF and its affiliate initiatives like the Youth IGF Afghanistan, the Afghanistan Network Operators Group, and as well as Afghanistan School on Internet Governance. I'm so happy to be here, not alone, but I have Afghan delegates with me as well. In IGF 2022 in Addis Ababa, I was the only Afghan in the whole IGF event, and I was kind of feeling very alone, but I'm happy this year I have a few Afghans and Afghan delegates with me. Thank you very much. And today I'm here to, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to several key supporters who have made our presence at the IGF 2024 possible. First and foremost, a special thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for graciously granting us visas. Your support has been instrumental in enabling our participation here. Thank you. I would like also to express our sincere appreciation to the APNIC Foundation for their gracious sponsorship of Afghan delegates. Your commitment to fostering inclusion and representation is truly commendable. And thank you for your strengthening the Afghan community through your Digital Leap project. When most of the international organizations turned their back to Afghan people after the political changes, you were the one who stepped in and supported.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to first thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this year's convening of the UN IGF. Having been coming here for the last several years on a quarterly basis, I've seen the tremendous transformation going on in the kingdom and wish that more of the world can see just how committed, how invested, and how impactful this new era for Saudi Arabia is and will be for the world. I'd like to thank the IGF Secretariat, the leaders here on the floor, the organizers, and most importantly, the staff who cleaned the bathrooms, cooked the food, and served us across this past week. These folks are often underappreciated, often unrecognized, and often unthanked. And so we'd be remiss if we didn't take a moment here to thank them. My name is Yusuf Abdul Qadir. I'm from Syracuse University, and I'm a part of a joint initiative between Syracuse and the Africa Open Data Internet Research Foundation, wherein we created an organization called the Africa Community Internet Program. I won't talk about us. You can find out about us at agcip.org. My intervention here today is focused on how might the Norwegian IGF build off the momentum of this convening. The multi-stakeholder framework that IGF is rooted in is more important now than ever. Efforts at fragmenting the internet present challenges to empowering and advancing access to the 2.5 billion that lack internet. And while IGF is rooted in multi-stakeholder engagements across private sector, the public sector, and civil society, more formal avenues for accelerating access to internet connectivity for sustainable development and ensuring that innovation and creativity, language and cultural preservation, and history and the visions of those often overlooked are more fully needed now to be integrated in our development of emerging technologies, particularly as we see what's happening with the development and advancement of artificial intelligence. By this, I specifically mean that we need to move beyond a more multi-stakeholder voluntary engagement to a more concerted effort at identifying.
Sorry, thank you very much. And I heard you came from a great university, so yeah. Thanks. Next we have online Thomas Olsen Ahem.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would to say to welcome everyone here in Saudi Arabia. I hope you enjoyed your time at staying in Riyadh. So my name is Atira Rachebi. I'm a computer engineer and hold a master's degree in cybersecurity. So I'm so glad to host this great Internet Governance Forum and this great event to knowledge transfer and to share our idea and our thoughts and focus on our future, digital future, which addressing many various topics such as AI governance, data governance, cybersecurity regulations, and how to put the regulating and unified our efforts to increase the efficiency in technology usage and ethical usage. So let me please use the other minutes to speak in Arabic. So
I was honored that the Kingdom has hosted the IGF for 2024, and I would like to address the most prominent topics discussed during the forum, which is the AI governance, which is the topic of the hour. I would like also to focus, say that we must have concerted efforts on having regulations, policies, and processes for the use policies on two main themes. The first of which is the ethical consideration and the ethical aspect of AI, and the second is how do we prevent biases in the algorithms of AI and the issues that where misuse take place. Generally speaking, we would like to have concerted efforts for the IGF to come.
Thank you. Let's just hear one person from online. Thomas Olson, I him, if I'm saying your name correctly, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe not. Let's get the next person.
Hello everyone, my name is Ananda Gautam. I am from Nepal. I represent Youth IGF Nepal, Internet Society Youth Standing Group and Youth Coalition on Internet Governance here. So I'm very proud to be here, and I'm raising the issues of young people who couldn't be here. I'm sorry for the young people and teen guys who were working so hard to be here, but due to constraints, they couldn't be here. I came here on my own expenses, but Riyadh was very expensive for me. I'm sorry. Thankful to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the visa issues. It was very swift for me. So we are working very collaboratively to enhance the IGF ecosystem with 170 NRIs. But when we go back to our communities, even the UN agencies doesn't recognize what IGF is. I think we need a serious kind of collaboration so that they know the essence of IGF when we go back to the community. It is about not only about the NRIs, but I think it is a broader collaboration that will enhance our impact. Another thing is many youth coordinators are putting their hands in hands to bring the Global Youth Summit, and this year we have started Youth Mentorship Program, which I am very thankful for. But to bring them here, I think we need a very broad collaboration so that it is not always equal that when people participate online and be on-site, because they will be missing so much of things that we have when we participate on-site. So I would request for a broader collaboration that could bring the people who are really contributing these processes, without whom the essence of IGF would be lost. So thank you for the young people who have made it out to here and have collaborated on a lot of sessions, and looking forward for the Norway IGF. I hope visa issues.
Good afternoon. It's truly a great pleasure to be here at the IGF Riyadh Forum, surrounded by such an esteemed group of leaders, innovators, and collaborators. I have a few suggestions for the next iteration of the IGF Forum. So as we look ahead to the future of technology, particularly with the rapid advancements in AI, automation, and data science, it's clear that these technologies hold significant potential to revolutionize industries and improve efficiencies. It is crucial for the future IGF sessions to explore how they can be developed, implemented, and regulated to ensure they deliver their benefits responsibly and effectively across all borders. Another key area for future discussions as well is how we can ensure that emerging technologies, particularly in AI, are designed and implemented to achieve the best possible outcomes. As AI systems become more widely adopted across industries such as healthcare, transportation, finance, how can we ensure that they are integrated in ways that maximize the positive impacts while minimizing unintended consequences? What strategies can be employed to ensure these systems are robust, reliable, and aligned with broader and economic goals? Also, additionally, as data plays an essential role in driving technological progress, Future IGF sessions should consider how data privacy, security, and integrity can be safeguarded in this rapidly evolving landscape. Also, as the development of emerging technologies across national borders, international cooperation and regulatory frameworks will be increasingly vital. Moving forward, how can countries, corporations, and international organizations collaborate to establish consistent standards and regulations that govern these technologies? Finally, as we continue to push the boundaries of technological progress, it will be important to strike a balance.
Yes, sorry, it cuts off at 2 minutes. Next, please. Yes.
Hello, everyone. As a Saudi, please allow me to start by warmly welcoming all attendees from different countries around the world. Allow me, please, to share my feedback and input in Arabic.
It was IGF, it was a valuable opportunity to understand the challenges and the benefits of using the internet. So one of the key experience for me is the international experience, which have been shared and at the sessions and workshops, and this was for me a golden chance for me to be equipped and familiar with the best practices and to understand the trends. What I have noticed, the key challenges revolving around the cybersecurity and privacy protection and the keenness to have robust digital infrastructure despite the disparity among countries in this regard. What I have concluded and the takeaways of such experiences, the importance of focusing on the beneficiaries, children, women, and to build and to have people-centered approach and to enhance the multi-stakeholder approach for the future. I hope the discussion will include emerging technologies which can be leveraged to provide optimal services, and how can the organization build the foundations for a safe benefit from such technologies.
Thank you. Kia ora everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jordan Carter. I'm a technical community participant, outgoing MAG member, and here from the Australian Domain Administration. On the logistics, first of all, thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting us here this week. Thank you to Norway for hosting us next time. One request, please have your Zoom crews practice this hybrid thing. The Zoom experience has gotten better as the week has gone on. Practice more in advance, please, so it's smoother from the beginning. That would be really good. One observation, I want to note the broad support for the Internet Governance Forum and its continuance as the world's premier Internet Governance and Digital Policy Forum, as many speakers said in the opening ceremony. Let's make the mandate permanent in 2025, not just for principled reasons, but for practical ones. The collaboration and sharing of ideas at the IGF is the best way to make internet governance and digital policy as workable, as inclusive, as supportive of human rights, human development, and human potential as it can be. There's broad support for extension from countries, the technical community, civil society, business, all around the environment that we've got here at the IGF. So in 2025, let's renew the mandate, let's make it permanent. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is and I'm honored to address you on behalf of the Saudi Green Building Forum. a non-governmental organization in consultative status with Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep gratitude and appreciation to my country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for graciously hosting this year's IGF.
Business all around the environment that we've got here at the IGF. So in 2025, let's renew the mandate, let's make it permanent. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And I'm honored to address you on behalf of the Saudi Grain Building Forum, a non-governmental organization in consultative status with Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep gratitude and appreciation to my country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for graciously hosting this year's IGF. We also extend our sincere thanks to the IGF organization for their dedication in organizing this essential gathering.
With our planet, creating future where digital governance powers sustainability and ensures a thriving world for the generations to come. Thank you.
Hi, hello, and a warm welcome to everyone. My name is Thorsten Krause. I'm a child rights researcher and a political scientist from the Digital Opportunities Foundation based in Germany. I would like to share 3 thoughts with you. First, last Tuesday was like a dream come true. We've discussed child rights here at the main stage in a high-level session in the plenary hall. It was a really great experience, and we've come a long way to reach this, and I hope that it was not a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Second, as a member of a DC, it first felt like a duty when we were asked to merge our proposals to create joint workshops. While doing so, it becomes pleasure and joy. It was meaningful, and it has a lot of sense. Thanks for Martin Botterman from DC IoT and Jutta Kroll from DC CRITE for support and contribution. Third, I would like to thank the United Nations and Saudi Arabia for hosting this IGF here. It was incredible, and a special thanks I would like to direct to all the population and inhabitants of Riyadh. Everyone we've met in the last days was so kind, so friendly, so open-minded, so polite. It was a pleasure to meet you, to be here, and thanks to everyone.
Dear all, thank you for having me. This is Jasmine Imanko from Hong Kong. I am very excited to be, this is my second IGF, and despite of a lot of privilege and gratitude to the host and everything that is happening here, I want to share a little bit of my personal disappointment. One thing that I observe is, it's my second IGF, but I already seen that we are missing something in this IGF. So one thing is the music night. I'm talking about this because it is a shared tradition, the tradition that IGF has been having for years, and we are missing this tradition. Official social occasion is not just things for fun, but it's also creating more scenario and platform for people to meet and have dialogues besides just the formal session we are having now and the others. It's a very important occasion people treasure, and it's an important platform that we exchange our culture and celebrate our diversity in other means. So I hope that in next year we could have this in Norway. And
my worries come because even as a small tradition like this is missing here, I really hope that, and I really emphasize that we are able to keep the entire IGF as a whole. So from small thing that we keep, and then to extending to the whole IGF mandate that we are able to renew, it's very critical. And I really appreciate the effort of people here, different stakeholders, and everyone. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to address you. My name is Josephine Miliza from the Association for Progressive Communication, and these are our insights when it comes to the reflections for this year's IGF. Clear messages have emerged from the multiple sessions and discussions in Riyadh during the IGF. Is that the Global Digital Compact must be integrated into the next phase of the WSIS, and that the IGF has to continue and to be strengthened. The burden on countries from the Global South to comply with and support global processes is already immense. Increasing it through duplication of efforts might serve the interest of international digital bureaucrats, but it might not help to bridge the digital, social, and economic divides. In relation to the IGF, it is essential that, in our view, to grant the IGF a long-term or permanent mandate and strengthen its institutional capacity, build on its achievement, and continue its evolution to respond to the multiple imperatives of the current, emerging, and future digital societies. The IGF's evolution needs to be shaped. The IGF evolution needs to be shaped by a strategic vision rather than by ad hoc partnerships or initiatives to establish new tracks or themes. These are valuable, but unless the IGF has the institutional capacity to interact effectively and consistently with governments and key institutions from non-state actors, expanding its range will dilute its impact. This includes
And sorry, just to note, if you don't finish your intervention and if there isn't enough time to go through everybody's intervention, please send them to the IGF Secretariat and we'll take note of them. So you can just email igf@un.org. Thank you.
Bonsoir à tous. Je m'appelle Kossi Amessinou.
Hello, everyone. I am from the Minister of Finance and Economy from Benin. I would like to actually benefit this opportunity to thank you all, to thank the international organization for ensuring access to internet. It should be affordable and accessible to developing countries. During this IGF, two important points actually I saw, one positive, one negative. One, the access to this country was very easy thanks to the visa issuing, and the visa also should be available to everyone. The negative point is that I was not able to share my number. I invite our personal information should not be collected. I call the hosting country next year not to collect our personal information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Adam Peake from the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN. And on behalf of the ICANN, I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as our host for this week. Thank you, Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Excellency Abdullah Amir Al-Swar, and your team and all who have made the 19th IGF such an exceptional success. ICANN will continue our support for the IGF continue our participant and absolute support for the multi-stakeholder approach for internet governance. Chengetai Masango, thank you so much to you, your team, who are skillful, dedicated, and extremely supportive and patient. Thank you. To the MAG, Carol, thank you. Without you, there's no program and many of the excellent sessions we've enjoyed this week. Thank you for all of your work throughout the year. Thank you to the Kingdom of Norway. Thank you for we're looking forward to visiting you in, well, it's only June. And as someone who lives in Northern Europe, midsummer seems a very long way away. It is not. It is about 6 months, and we have much work to do. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you in about 6 months' time. Safe travels home. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Andrews Bass. I'm the Executive Director for Institute of Public Policy and Diplomacy Research, and also the hub for the IGF and Dominican Republic. IGF is one of the best multilateral forum up there. And I feel like we have missed presentation, especially the one from South America and Latin America. The youth, we are a led company. They want me to address some questions. They say they want the visa approval and the letter of approval to be faster, like the CSW, within 48 hours they have the letters. The reason why, because some countries take up to 6 months for them to have an appointment. That will help them to come faster. And also, when you got the letter close to the date, the ticket becomes twice as expensive. And also, they want the regional representative to do a better job to reach the universities. I'm in the US. If you talk a lot of universities, probably like 1 or 2 understand about IGF. Why IGF is inside the UN. A lot of people inside the UN doesn't even know about IGF. The youth also want to have more representation on the planning. They say when they plan, if they are the future of tomorrow, they don't want to hear about that. They want to know the future of tomorrow is today. And I'm giving IGF accountability for the one IGF I was in Germany. We say 1 planet, 1 internet, or 1 people. For us to be 1 planet, 1 internet, you have to be inclusivity. That means all of us have to be here. And thank you for the surpassing marvelous Saudi Arabia for their hospitality. Everything was like that. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to call the last speaker. So you're the last speaker. And then we have to prepare for the closing session because there's a schedule they have to keep in this venue as well. And also people have planes, etc. to catch. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizer of this very insightful forum. Everyone's dedication and effort has made this gathering truly impactful. It's an honor to stand here in this open mic session today. This moment represents a power of connection and collaboration across borders with all. In a world that grows more interconnected every day, it's inspiring to share ideas and perspective that contributes to building a better, more inclusive future for all. As we gather here in the final day of IGF 2024, I would like to propose that we take a significant step forward by developing a clear and unified strategy of the IGF to maximize our collective impact by establishing a shared vision and well-defined objectives that address the dynamic challenges and opportunities of a rapid digital age to ensure that this forum not only keeps pace with the change, but also to lead it. Thank you for your attention and looking forward for the IGF 2025.
Thank you very much. Now, to end the session, and thank you very much for all your interventions. We have taken good notes, and I can attest for both the chair and the co-chair, they have taken good note of it. And we will also be launching a taking stock, so you will be able to send us your comments and we'll compile them into a report, and that will be given to next year's MAG to look at as well, so that they keep in mind your thoughts and your ideas. So to end the session, first of all, I'd like to ask our chair, Carol Roach, just to say a few quick words.
Well, I actually want you to do something. I want everybody to stand and just give yourselves and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia a rousing hand applause. Thank you very much.
And I'll ask our co-chair for next year if you have to say a few quick words.
A few quick words. Well, I noted, judging by the applause, the most important are visas and music night. And so we'll take that with us. Thank you.
Apologies. The outgoing mag, fantastic job. Thank you for the support.
So thank you. We'll just change the stage around and we have the closing session. And I would also ask the speakers for the closing session just to please sit in the first rows in front. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Now it works. Thank you very much. I'm just asking, did anybody lose a phone, an LG? As this is the last day, I'm sure you'd want to have it now. Okay, if anybody hears somebody looking for a phone, we have 2 security, so just ask anybody from security. Yeah. Oh, lost and found, sorry, yes. ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last session, which is the closing session of this great IGF. And I will just wait until we see our first speaker on the screen. Mr. Vincerf, the chair of the leadership panel, is going to be our first speaker. Thank you very much. So I would like to introduce Mr. Vincerf, the chair of the IGF leadership panel, who is going to be our first speaker for the closing session. Thank you very much. Vint, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Chengetai, and once more, thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for an extraordinary hosting of this 19th Internet Governance Forum. I'm hearing a little bit of audio showing up unexpectedly. Based on the discussions among the leadership panel, the MAG, and in the IGF 2024 sessions, I conclude that our objective in the WSIS plus 20 should be permanent status for the IGF within the UN DESA structure. I would also include that the main budget for funding be part of the normal UN practice, that the Secretariat be supported at the $3 million a year level. To earn this outcome, the IGF and the NRIs must put forward plans for more concrete outputs from the annual and the intersessional meetings. We must earn this enhanced status. UNESCO has proposed a revised set of Internet universality indicators, and these measures might be taken through the NRIs and summarized and reported at the annual IGF. We should look for other metrics of Internet utility across countries and user groups. The Internet We Want document should be revisited and revised to include concrete metrics and milestones for Internet utility. It's intended to be a living document adapting to new applications and needs as the Internet and its applications continue to evolve. We could include in this work metrics for assessing the implementations of the Global Digital Compact, highlighting successes and opportunities for improvement. We should consider preparing another living document, which we might title the IGF We Need, to summarize recommendations for changes and improvements in IGF and NRI execution. Annual review of such a document would be beneficial for informing the IGF and NRI organizers of actions that can be taken to facilitate useful outputs from our efforts. We must prepare quickly for IGF 2025 as it takes place in June in Oslo. Our focus should not only be preparation for WSIS plus 20, but it should get serious attention in the run-up to and during IGF 2025. WSIS plus 20 is a major opportunity to examine IGF's purpose and practices that have evolved over the 20 years since 2006. The collective experience of the participants in IGF and the NRIs is deep and broad and needs to be distilled in forms that others can use for action. Finally, we should not imagine that IGFs can solve all problems. We may be able to identify and characterize them and even make recommendations for solutions, but we should work to deliver these observations to other institutions in the global ecosystem that have capacity and authority to address the problems and the opportunities we have identified. Thank you so much, Chengetai, for the opportunity to intervene. Now back to you.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Vin. Our next speaker is Ms. Maaike van Heusowijk, Deputy Director of SIDN Funds. Please come to the stage. All right, we'll go to our next speaker then. Dr. Angela Sulemania, medical doctor from the Tamal Teaching Hospital in Ghana. Okay, this is interesting. Then I would like to call on Mr. Olaf Kalkman, Principal Internet Technology Policy and Advocacy Director at ISOC.
I might want to use the microphone. Thank you. It's a little bit closer to my mouth. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my name is Olaf Kalkman. I'm principal at the Internet Society, and I've been contributing to the development of the Internet for 2.5 decades. This Internet Governance Forum takes place during a very particular moment. So the ink on the Global Digital Compact has not dried yet. The pencils are being sharpened for the review of the implementation of the outcomes of the World Summit of the Information Society. As you all know, the IGF is the forum that allows relevant voices to share ideas, shape norms, iron out solutions, address concerns, and take approaches that benefit people no matter where they are and who they are. We are happy to see that the Global Digital Compact recognizes the IGF as the primary multi-stakeholder process platform for discussion of Internet governance issues. However, the IGF is not the only thing that the WSIS has established. WSIS, in addition to defining a set of concrete action lines, acknowledges that multi-stakeholderism, a way of collaborative governance, leads to positive and concrete actions. I actually think of this as a flywheel. Good ideas and approaches are tested at the local level, shared at national and regional IGFs, and lead to inspirations, and maybe even informal consensus at the global IGF. Then these global views percolate downwards to the local level, where people apply them locally while thinking globally. The national and regional IGFs are the cogs of this flywheel. They allow good ideas to bubble up from national to regional to global level, and they enable us to act local while thinking global. We have to remember that multi-stakeholderism is more than just talking. It's about taking responsibility, fulfilling those action lines. And I know that within the technical community, there are many organizations that work passionately towards connecting people to the Internet, either by funding or sharing their knowledge or build capacity in other ways. At the Internet Society, we have empowered communities to get online and grow their digital literacy, so they maintain agency in the digital world. Since 2019, we have invested in projects over 120 countries that are delivering on the WSIS action lines. We and other technical community organizations help technical and academic communities to organize themselves and build capacity and skills and have agency. In addition, we built a human networks that are so much needed to get stuff done. While connecting to the Internet, these communities work within their local governments at municipal level. Maybe they need rights of way if they build a mast. At regional and national level, often with regulators to achieve their goals. And we have seen this model produce results, with people now being connected in the highest peaks from the Himalaya to connecting the most underserved students to their schools in Jacksonville, Florida. The model works from the Canadian Arctic to the Colombian jungle. This, my friends, that's multi-stakeholderism in action. Various stakeholder groups getting things done, each within their own role, with their own agency, but in collaboration and in coordination. It's a model that works. And therefore, the Internet Society continues to financially and practically support the IGF at all levels. In 2024 alone, we have supported 67 IGFs, schools of Internet governance, and supported youth participation. All that with over $500,000 US currency. Simply because we believe this model to be effective. We put our money where our mouth is. But back to this moment, this peculiar moment after the Global Digital Compact and the WSIS review ahead. Remember, the WSIS review is a review. And we, collectively, should review which additional actions are needed to address the WSIS action lines and achieve the GDC objectives. We must assess how and where we can evolve the existing processes to make them better and understand where we can apply self-learning to create tangible benefits for all. And in order to self-learn, we, all stakeholders, need to be part of the self-assessment itself, so that we collectively grow our approach to internet governance and digital cooperation. And that's why, and this is when my screen doesn't scroll, but that's why we call on those that will co-facilitate the WSIS process to make the review inclusive and to not mistake multilateralism with multi-stakeholderism. The internet is for everyone, and everyone must have a voice in shaping its future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to call on Dr. Angela Sulemana from the Tamil Teaching Hospital, Ghana. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Bonjour à tous. Hola a todos. Esteemed delegates, distinguished guests. My name is Dr. Angela Sulemana at the Tamale Teaching Hospital in the northern region of Ghana. Currently working in the Department of Surgery, and I'm part of Ghana SIG. I stand before you today at the closing ceremony of the 19th IGF hosted by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. I am filled with profound sense of gratitude and emotions, and it's an honor to address you all as member of the youth cohort in this prestigious gathering. You're probably wondering what a medical doctor is doing here. I get that a lot. Let me tell you what this means to me. This forum and its secretariat enabled me to, for the very first time, I left my homeland, Ghana, to be in Addis Ababa for the Africa IGF. What a privilege. And now thinking about my life in Ghana, my hospital, my region, one experience stands out. A 15-year-old patient of mine, after morning reviews, asked, Dr. Angela, could you have me do a TikTok trend with you? Could you do this latest trend with me? I smiled because this patient's CT scan wasn't even ready for the elective surgery. But then I thought to myself, I said that, but at least social media at this point is mentally helping her in terms of joy and satisfaction. Though she had an upcoming surgery, but she had the solace in social media and she was comforted. Maybe if we had AI algorithms that could analyze the MRIs, the CT scans, this could have helped accelerate the process. But reality for some people, it's a bit tricky here. But I've come to understand that in building our multi-stakeholder digital future, we cannot leave the health sector and health professionals out of this conversation. And I'm proud to be part of this forum. I stand here before you just not as a delegate from the youth cohort, but as a voice representing the hopes, the aspirations, and the concerns of young people around the world. Over the past few days, we have engaged in meaningful dialogue and shared valuable insights on the pressing issues of our digital landscape. And we've explored topics ranging from AI and trust to human rights and sustainability. Digital is indeed impacting our lives in all fronts. However, as we reflect on our conversations, we must acknowledge the challenges that persist. Many young people still face barriers to accessing internet, including the lack of infrastructures, affordability, digital literacy. This digital divide is not merely statistics. It represents real lives and missed opportunities. It is imperative that we work together to ensure that the youth have the chance to participate fully in the increasingly digital world. As youth delegates, we are not just passive observers, no. We are active participants in shaping the youth and the future of the internet. As we close the 19th United Nations Internet Governance Forum, together with my young colleagues and friends, I spent wonderful 5 days with, and I want to say a big thank you to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Nations, and its IGF Secretariat, organizers, speakers, donors, sponsors, and all participants for cooperating and your support. I would say that as a medical doctor, my work is to save lives. The internet is a life-changing and life-saving tool. And the IGF is the operating room where all experts join hands to save our collective future. Thank you, Anja. Thank you, Celine. Thank you, Fifi, my mentor, for the great opportunity into this year's Internet Forum. And I believe that more medical professionals will continue to get the opportunity to deliver and enjoy the internet we want in 2025. Happy New Year. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much.
Next, I have the honor to call upon Dr. Latifa Al-Abdul Karim, member of the Shura Council, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who worked tirelessly for our parliamentary track. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Is it working? No? Perfect. Thanks so much. Excellencies, esteemed parliamentarians, distinguished multi-stakeholders, participants both in person and online, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you, your insightful questions and your contributions to this important dialogue. These collaborative efforts underscore our central role as digital citizens. We are all at the end digital citizens, and in protecting our humanity in this rapidly evolving digital world. This year has been significant for the IGF parliamentary track in specific, with an increased number of parliamentarians actively participating in shaping the various sessions discussions. As we are closing today, I see 5 actions that parliamentarians should take and to shape and impact the digital future by 2025. These actions will definitely help in paving the way to govern the digital world responsibly, inclusively, and sustainably. Number 1, collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Participate actively in ongoing global discussions about the governance of digital technologies with a human-centered approach. This is not just only about policy, but also about shaping the future of our digital world. Mark your calendars now. It is not only the global IGF in Norway in June 2025, but the IGF parliamentary track has also introduced good practices to others, where they have all invited you to other global events or well-known global events, the AI for Good Summit, The WSIS review meetings, both in July 2025, and the UNESCO Global Forum on AI Ethics, which is going to be in June 2025, so we have a rich summer. Nevertheless, don't wait to be invited. I highly recommend that the Interparliamentary Union, together with the UN, to compile a list of relevant global events and training programs to ensure parliamentarians are actively involved in these conversations. Number 2, invest into the future. Build your roadmap to enhance digital capacity and competencies within your parliament, including capacity of the parliamentarians themselves, or the parliament's administration team, and the institutions of the parliament. This is not just about training funds. Don't wait for funds also. It's about leveraging free resources, promoting knowledge exchanges, and creating a culture of continuous learning. Number 3, foster inclusivity. The digital world is not just for the tech community. There's always this misunderstanding. Invite parliamentarians from diverse committees to think together. Invite regional and sub-regional parliaments to work together to close this connectivity gap. Open your parliament doors to stakeholders from academia, from private sector, entrepreneurs, youth, and civil societies. Their perspectives are essential in crafting the legislative initiatives. Number 4, embrace flexibility, agility, harmonizations, and interoperability. Those are the key principles for those innovative regulations to be embedded in our lawmaking processes. Explore opportunities for creating common regulatory frameworks and interoperable legislations that work across national borders. We must work together to close this governance gap this time. Action on AI is needed, not just the AI Act. We must push for policies that encourage brain exchange rather than brain drain. At the same time, we must ensure that our policies protect children, safeguard the environment, and ensure our safety as digital citizens. Access to data must be universal, with data sets available in all languages to promote equity. This is a principle that we should actively advocate for. Implementing anticipatory governance to address the future shifts in technology, including emerging fields like the quantum computing and neurocomputing, to ensure that we are also prepared for the next frontier. Number 5, oversight. This is our job. It's now our responsibility as parliamentarians to work in alignment with executive bodies to prevent any governance gap, whether in AI, in data, or different sectors, like what we have just heard from the medical fields, ensuring that the digital ecosystem is governed in a way that reflects global consensus and shared values, and translates, of course, the objectives, principles, and commitment outlines in the Global Digital Compact into practical actions. Finally, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all those who were involved in organizing this event. Of course, the UN IGF Secretary team, Celine, who was all the time with us, together with Andy from the IBU, and co-organizing the parliamentary track. The Ministry of IT, the Ministry of Communication and IT, and the Digital Government Authority. They were doing all this hard efforts to make sure that everyone is here, welcomed, and feel home, and like making sure that everything is fully occupied for you. And in my final word, I wish the Norwegian Parliament all the best in hosting the next IGF parliamentary track in 2025, and looking forward for your gathering in just 6 months. Thank you so much, and shukran.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Juan Fernandez, Senior Advisor, Ministry of Communications of the Republic of Cuba.
I'm going to speak in Spanish, so put your Estimados colegas.
Dear colleagues, I would like to start congratulating the authorities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the city of Riyadh and to all the support staff for the successful organization of the 19th edition of the IGF 2024. Since its inception that took place in 2006, this forum has been developed and is not only a yearly event, but it has transformed into a system that celebrates where national forums and regional forums take place in more than 50 countries, and also with activities that take place during the whole year. This amplitude, together with its unique feature that the issues that are going to be discussed are decided through consultations on the ground, makes that these NRIs and the IGF have become in a platform that all the stakeholders can carry on a dialogue concerning policies that are not only important for the internet governance, but also to the digital world. This WISIS, which will celebrate its 20th anniversary next year, established in an unequivocal way the link between information technologies and communications and development. In the first phase of this summit, after tough discussions, the representatives of countries, of developing countries, managed to manage that the digital branch can be recognized as a new dimension of social activities that limit the access to knowledge and information. This summit allowed this subject to come out of the technical sphere, and it will come on a political subject that is interesting for the international community. 2 decades later, it has been demonstrated that the information technologies and communications in general, and internet in particular, are essential tools for the development of the countries. It has also been confirmed that this positive impact of the internet is much less importance in the developing countries than in the developed countries. So we also are using unilateral measures that don't agree with the United Nations Charter, and this don't allow for the social development of the affected countries and undermine the welfare of its citizens. It is compulsory to eliminate these obstacles and the breaches that are generated by inequality when we talk about access to these technologies, and we have to create the skills that they can contribute to for the application of human rights, civil, political, economic, cultural, social rights for everyone, and the development and the application of emerging technologies can be online with the commitments made for sustainable development. This is not enough to implement the 2030 agenda. It needs the support of concrete actions, access to markets, financing in fair conditions, transfer of technology, and cooperation north-south. The implementation of the recently approved Global Digital Pact gave us an opportunity to advance in this direction and reinforce international cooperation. But we have to try to increase the processes of digital governance, because if we don't increase them, this will affect especially the developing countries. Dear colleagues, this declaration of principles of the first phase of the WSIS establish a common vision of building an information society centered on the human being and targeting the development. Unfortunately, that novel purpose is still only an aspiration for a big part of the humanity. So now we have to make that this common vision becomes a reality, a commission that was conceived 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan Fernandez. Next, I have the honor to call from our next host country, Her Excellency Ms. Kirsty Tromsdale, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Excellencies, members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of the gathering of IGF 2024 here in Riyadh. I will join the voices of others in thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their heartfelt hospitality and for hosting this event so graciously in this magnificent venue. You have been a fantastic host. This IGF has been a great meeting point for interaction between stakeholders in the global internet community from all over the world. Together, we have truly been building our multi-stakeholder digital future, the vision that has guided IGF 2024. On behalf of the Norwegian government, I wish you all welcome to the next IGF in Norway in June 2025. The forthcoming IGF marks the forum's 20th anniversary, and it will be an important step on the path to the WSIS Plus 20 review and the way forward with the Global Digital Compact. On this note, I can tell you that Oslo is a very popular city in the summertime, so we encourage you to book your hotel early. You can already now visit our host country website, igf2025.no, and make use of the hotel booking facilities there. The Norwegian government wishes to build upon the outcome from this successful IGF here in Riyadh. We believe in an open internet governed through inclusive dialogue, where all the stakeholders shape its future. We wish to use the opportunity in Norway to strengthen the dialogue and to secure IGF's position as the primary global arena for deliberations of internet governance and digital development. I shall not keep you any longer, and I will finish off by showing you a short welcome video for IGF 2025. But before I do that, I will conclude by repeating what our State Secretary said in his statement in the opening session on Monday. Together, we shall strengthen diversity and collaboration through inclusive, multi-stakeholder digital governance, which is crucial for a vibrant and sustainable digital ecosystem. Let's meet in Norway in June next year for IGF 2025 and shape this future together. Thank you. Shukran.
The internet is a story about community and connection. A global space where we share our knowledge, our joys, and our lives. A space to receive news, services, and perspectives. The internet is where we connect. This is where ideas are shared, business is conducted, memories are preserved, and identities are shaped. A community open to all of us, to build, to form, and to protect. We are all connected. We are the internet. Let's shape our future together. We welcome you to the Internet Governance Forum 2025 in Norway.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is a video from the Undersecretary General of the Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. That's the home institution of the IGF, Mr. Lee Juan-Hua.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the 19th meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, I extended my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Thank you for your dedication and collaboration in championing the principles of inclusive and accountable digital governance. On behalf of the United Nations, I extend my profound gratitude to our gracious host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. By welcoming us to Riyadh, you have marked a historical moment, as the IGF is hosted in the Gulf region for the first time. Your leadership and commitment to fostering inclusivity, dialogue, and multi-stakeholder collaboration exemplifies the core values of the IGF. Throughout this week, we explored critical issues under the theme, Building Our Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future. We tackled the challenges and opportunities of the digital age in over 300 sessions. The Riyadh IGF messages reflect the collective wisdom of this forum, distilling the insights and the recommendations, and will serve as a guiding light for our shared journey ahead. As we approach the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society, it is evident that the principles established in Geneva and Tunis are as essential today as they were 2 decades ago. Consider the foundational aspiration articulated in the West's Declaration of the Principles to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society. This aspiration remains at the heart of our collective efforts. The ethical dimensions of the information society, enshrined in the West's principles, emphasize respect for peace, equality, solidarity, and the human dignity, alongside shared responsibility, justice, and the protection of the fundamental rights. These principles have never been more relevant. Whether confronting the challenges of the artificial intelligence, safeguarding human dignity in an increasingly interconnected world, or ensuring the privacy and the freedom of thought, these principles provide a steadfast ethical foundation. They remind us to take decisive actions against the harmful uses of the technology, including discrimination, violence, and exploitation. Over the past 20 years, the IGF has evolved significantly, embracing and upholding these principles. It has grown into a global platform that not only reflects the values of the WSIS, but it also adapts to the rapidly changing digital landscape. Looking ahead, I'm confident that the IGF will continue to thrive as a global space, where diverse voices converge to address the emerging challenges and shape a just, inclusive, and sustainable digital future. As we prepare for the next IGF annual meeting, let me express my thanks to our next host, the Government of Norway. I urge you to remain engaged actively. The vibrancy and the impact of the IGF depended on your ideas, energy, and continued collaboration. Let us also ensure a successful outcome from the General Assembly's review of the WSIS and the IGF's mandate, building on the progress achieved here in Riyadh. In closing, I thank you all for your contributions, your vision, and your unwavering commitment. Let us carry forward the momentum from Riyadh as we continue to work together to realize a digital future that leaves no one behind. I wish all of you safe travels and a joyful holiday season. To all stakeholders on-site and online, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now have a closing video from the host country.
To those who imagined, invented, and shaped the circle that brought the far close and made the difficult simple, thank you. Johannes Gutenberg for preserving the essence of words and ideas. Thomas Edison for lighting our path and every path beyond. Alexander Graham Bell for giving voice and endless reach. To the visionaries who left indelible marks on even the smallest details of our lives, who simplified the complex and erased boundaries in communication, we owe you an immense gratitude. Thank you to those who shifted the compass of our needs and revolutionized our world. Thank you. Pioneers of the internet and technology. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Raja Perlman, Jimmy Wales, your contributions reshaped humanity. To everyone who has made life better, who has opened doors to knowledge, and made connections seamless, thank you. The list stretches on, and it's far from complete. There will always be more innovators to honor, more creators to thank. For a future filled with possibilities, thank you. Your legacy shapes our future. Innovating together, shaping tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we conclude, I just want to point out that the IGF Riyadh messages and also all the other outcome documents, like from the parliamentary track, from our dynamic coalitions and best practice documents, are available now on the web. And coming next week as well, we'll also be making sure that everything else is up on the web. So I wish you safe travels, and I wish you also happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.